I get it. Okay. I'm not gonna change my mind.
And Madam Clerk, if you'll call the roll.
Mayor Ham,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Polak,
Present.
Councilwoman Jones,
Here.
Councilman Broadway,
Here.
Councilwoman Matthews, Councilman Gaylor,
Present.
Councilman Bass.
Here.
Okay, we're all here. First thing we want to do is adopt the agenda. All of your members of the council have seen the agenda. Is there any changes or additions that you'd like to make?
I would like, under the consent agenda, I would like to, pull out item, let me find it, consent agenda, the, regarding the golf carts. Item H. I would like a little bit more discussion on that, yes.
So you'd like to move that to the items requiring individual action?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else?
I'm requesting that we actually remove item Q from the agenda and maybe place it at next meeting agenda due to some more research and conversation that I think we could have surrounding this issue.
Excuse me, Councilwoman, I did not hear you. I am having a little hearing.
It's okay, I didn't even have my mic down, my apologies. I am requesting that we remove item Q from the agenda. It's under items requiring individual action. I just think that there is a little bit more research and conversation that we should have before making this decision tonight.
Any objections on that? Okay. We'll remove item Q. Any other changes or additions? If not, all in favor of approving the agenda as amended, please show by raising your hand. Okay, we have an agenda here. Okay, item 3, old business. We do not have any on the agenda tonight, so I'll go right into the new business with the FY21 audit.
Yes, sir. We have Mr. John Frank and Chad Cook from Forvis to discuss the 21 audit.
I just shared my screen with the presentation. Obviously, I'm not there, so I can't tell. Can you guys confirm if you can see our presentation?
Chad, we're going to turn up the volume. We do have your presentation.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Council, are you good?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So yes, we're in the process of working on the fiscal 21 audit. We did begin back in August and are continuing to work through it. We are getting very close to the end, and Tim wanted us to present some preliminary results of the audit. Certainly, we'll caveat the information within these slides to say it's pending potential adjustments as we wrap up our procedures. However, at this point, we don't foresee.
Hold on a second. Turn the volume up.
We need a little more volume, please.
Now, okay, is that better?
No,
A little higher.
a little higher.
We're working with our technician. Try it again, Chad.
Okay, is that better?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, yeah, no problem. I'll start over. I'll assume you guys couldn't hear that. So again, we are working on the fiscal 21 audit. We started back in August, and we're continuing to work through things. We are getting very close to being done, but I will caveat that the information that are presented in the slides tonight are still subject to change. There certainly could be things that are caught in final review. Numbers that could change, but at this point, we don't foresee any additional adjustments. So we do believe that the figures in the slides are good. Certainly, when we present the final audit in December, the final audited figures, we will provide any updates. If there were changes to numbers, we'll certainly let you all know so we can cover that. But we do have some preliminary results, based on the information at this point. John Frank is also on the line with me tonight. He is the partner on the engagement. I've been acting in the role of manager for the engagement, and we have several staff working on getting things wrapped up. We're in the process of auditing the fiscal 21 financials. Our responsibility is to express an opinion on the financial statements and perform an audit to obtain reasonable assurance that the financials are free from material misstatement. We'll certainly be issuing our report to that extent at the conclusion of the audit. We expect the audit procedures to be complete and the report to be ready in time for the City Council meeting on December 19th. So that's when we're anticipating having the financial statements issued and presenting the final results next month. Services we're performing this year, an audit of the 2021 basic financial statements. And then in addition, we're also completing a compliance audit in accordance with the uniform guidance. So we do have some major federal programs that we're required to test for fiscal 21. As well as a state single audit, and the state single audit is over the Powell bill this year. The next slide, we've got a summary of the general fund balance based on the 2021 preliminary numbers from the audit. So as you can see, fund balance last year, I'm sure you all remember I say last year, referring to the fiscal 20 audit, so the last set of audited financial statements that were released. The available fund balance as a percentage of expenditures was down to 8.3%. Certainly the state, that's very, very close to the minimum required by the state. In 2021, that has rebounded, so you'll see that the general fund, total fund balance is up to 10.9 million, almost 11, so almost an increase of about 1.8 million from fiscal 20 to fiscal 21. In addition, the fund balance available for appropriation is up to 5.3 million as opposed to 3.4 at fiscal 20. And then also total expenditures and transfers have declined. So from fiscal 20 to fiscal 21, you'll see a little over a $3 million decrease in the total expenditures there in the general fund. So again, as a result, available fund balance as a percentage of expenditures is up to 13.8%. So trending in the right direction there. On the next slide, we just have a graphical depiction of the general fund balance available for appropriation, as well as the total expenditures and routine transfers. So the total expenditures being the line up top, and the blue line at the bottom being fund balance available for appropriation. So you can see that it was declining year over year from 2017 to 2020 in terms of that fund balance, but has rebounded and is going back and it's kind of in the right direction for fiscal 21. For the utility fund, we've got a summary also of the revenues and expenditures. You'll see that revenues are up roughly $700,000 from fiscal 20 to fiscal 21. And on the flip side, the expenditures are down, a few $1 million from fiscal 20 to fiscal 21. The majority of the decrease there is related to a decrease in capital outlays, so capital-related expenditures in the various capital project funds for the utility fund decreased quite a bit from fiscal 20 to 21. So that does make up a significant portion of the decrease in expenditures there. And as a result, the working capital for the utility fund is up roughly $3.5 million from fiscal 20 to fiscal 21. So certainly a healthy fund balance there in the utility fund. The next slide, again, just a graphical depiction of these figures. You'll see the blue line is revenues, the yellow line, or yellow or orange, whatever color that is. That's the expenditures, and you can see in 2018, 2019, the expenditures did exceed the revenues on the budgetary basis. In 2020, that flipped. Revenues began to exceed, and then in 2021, that variance between the two continued to increase. So certainly, as a result, down there at the bottom, you'll see that working capital figure, and then also just the net position for that fund continues to increase. In addition, as I mentioned before, we are completing a compliance audit for both the state and federal major programs. For our major federal programs, this year we're testing the capitalization grants for clean water state revolving funds, as well as the coronavirus relief fund. So this is based on expenditures of those grants during fiscal 21. And then on the state side, we are testing the state street aid to municipalities, or the Powell bill expenditures for fiscal 21. At this point, we've got no compliance findings related to any of those programs. And also, we look at internal controls over compliance for the programs as well. So there could be potential control deficiencies that could be indicative of the potential for future compliance violations. But again, as we looked at those, no internal control deficiencies noted this year over any of the major programs that we are testing. That concludes our presentation. Does anyone have any questions regarding the fiscal 21 audit?
Anyone have any questions? No, sir, not from the council. Nor the manager. Thank you, sir, for the presentation. Look forward to the next meeting for the final results, official results.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mayor, we don't recall who made a motion to approve the agenda after it was amended, or who seconded it. We know there was a vote that was unanimous, but Ms. Gesser-Clark did not get down. Who made the motion and who seconded it?
There wasn't.
Okay, if we could do that for the record, please, and just confirm the agenda by motion and second.
I make a motion that we approve the agenda with the changes, necessary changes, and omission made.
Councilwoman Jones, second. Okay.
We'll vote now to
Yes, sir.
approve the agenda with the changes made. All in favor, please raise your hand.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to item B, the financial update.
Good evening, Mayor and
Good
Council.
evening.
Does he have my presentation?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Okay. Council, tonight what I'm doing is presenting what I should have presented the last meeting when I was out sick. These are the preliminary unaudited results from fiscal '22. The first, and the slides are the same order and the same consistency as we had in the prior year. So the first slide is for the general fund collection. So what we're going to focus on in this presentation mainly are the revenues, because I talk to y'all all during the year when we do budget amendments about expenditures, but we don't talk as much about the revenues. So that's what we're going to focus on tonight. So the first slide that you've got is a comparison for the general fund for fiscal '22 and the prior fiscal '21. Now, realizing that fiscal '22 is not yet audited, fiscal '21 pretty much is, and these are the numbers that were given to the auditors. It's listed in order of the amount of money that was collected. So for the general fund, as we've talked about many times, taxes are the biggest driver in our general fund. So $18 million out of a $48 million budget. Then comes your sales taxes at $11.3 million, and then we have our refuse services. So when you take into account taxes, sales taxes, and also utility franchise taxes, it makes up about 65% of the operating revenue in the general fund. So those three are your biggest drivers as to what funds general fund operations. And what I would point out to you in this slide is the increase-decrease column on the far right side. So you see our property taxes are up collection-wise $728,000 over the prior year. So this is actual money deposited in the bank. Our sales tax is up $669,000. Our refuse was down a little bit, but I will point out that the 22 books have not yet been adjusted to full accrual. So that really accounts, because that revenue pretty much stays the same because it's basically the same charge every single month. Utility franchise tax has gone down just a little bit. And again, it's not completely adjusted on full accrual, so it should be about the same, but we could have seen a dip because we did see in our preliminary budget numbers from the NCLM, there are some things like video programming and some of the franchise taxes have gone down a little bit. One thing to point out here in 22 that didn't happen in 21 is debt. We took on about $3.2 million worth of debt for fiscal 20, 21, and 22. So that's one reason that number is a little bit higher. So the big thing to gather from this is when you look at the bottom line in the general fund, we collected about $48 million in revenues. In fiscal 22, we had collected not quite $43 million. So we've collected about $5.3 million more than we did in the prior year. But again, bearing in mind that $3.2 million of that is borrowed money, okay? All right. So in our next slide, what we look at is the fiscal 22 budget to actual. And really what I want y'all to notice about this, in that far right column that says year-to-date percent of budget, so the thing to look at, and one of the things that you as a council look to the manager and myself on is, are we under budgeting or over budgeting our revenue? Really, we want to be on the money, but we don't have a crystal ball, right? But what you would be concerned about is if we were too liberal with our estimates of budget, and so we said, instead of a $47 million, we got a $50 million budget, because all of y'all know what you get budgeted, they're going to spend a lot of times. So you don't want to end up in a situation where at the end of the year, you've only collected a lesser amount of money than what you spent. So that kind of lends towards that conservative nature. So what I want to point out to you is that percent of budget, we've collected more than what we had budgeted. So that means there's more money that came in the door in fiscal 22 than what we had budgeted. But not by a lot, The one that I know probably jumps out is the ABC revenues. We were not anticipating the distributions, and I think there might be one little boo-boo in there too. But we did have an extraordinarily good year with the Wayne County ABC Board, and we have collected a lot of money. And also with, with the ABC revenue. So that's been a whole lot more. So that's one reason that number's kind of that outlier jumping out there. So when you look at the higher numbers of what we are looking at, so the sales tax, which I told you is part of that 65% of your general fund revenues, we were at 113% of what we budgeted up to what we actually collected. The only one that's a little bit lower is that utility franchise tax. And again, I base my numbers when I do that budget on the North Carolina League of Municipalities. They do a revenue estimator for all of our shared revenues. And so I'm generally pretty conservative, but what's been happening is a lot of those state shared revenues have been going down as far as Goldsboro is concerned. So the number's not a tremendous amount. You're talking about 2.8 million, we collected 2.6, so it's pretty close. So I'm trying to dial that number in a little bit better each year, and I think I'm getting better, but sometimes you just can't predict some things. So the main thing you all would want to know is we budgeted $47.5 million of revenue coming in the door. We actually had $48 million coming in the door, so it's a little over 100%. So from a standpoint of we're staying in the green, we're staying in the black, that's what y'all need to bear in mind about that.
Catherine, can you
Sir.
speak to the other agency revenue?
On the other agency?
Well, it's on that list you just covered.
I'm sorry, let me walk back. Other agency revenues. Now, part of that has the ARPA money in it, and I have to back out the expenditures in a little bit different way. So the reason that did not come up is just the way that we accounted for it. So what's going to happen is instead of it being a revenue coming in the door, it's actually going to be a reduction of personnel expenditures. That's what the council approved. So what you're going to see is when we get the final numbers for the expenditures, that payroll is going to go down because it got accounted for in the special revenue fund, okay? So that's one reason that number is going to be kind of wonky, but it does not mean we did not meet our marks. Most of the other revenues that are in there are, we do a lot of NCDOT programs, and we have some other agencies like GWTA and the Housing Authority and some miscellaneous grants, but that's generally what that number covers is other federal and state shared revenues, okay? All right, and then stormwater fund, nothing, terribly exciting about all of the stormwater fund. It's pretty close to what we had budgeted because that number doesn't go up, it's not exponential. So we had a small increase of about $24,000 over the prior fiscal year. The other thing, again, as I said, we borrowed money for installment finance and for equipment, so that's why we have $267 showing in fiscal 22 and nothing showing in 21. And then at the bottom is that comparison of the budget to the collections, and so we budgeted conservatively. We budgeted $1.57 million. We collected $1.6. So that increase, of course, is going to help build that fund balance, which we've been trying very hard to do so that we can work on those stormwater capital projects. Okay. And then talking about the utility fund, again, this first slide compares the fiscal 22 to the fiscal 21 money coming in the door. And the one thing I will point out is with the current sewer and the current water, you will see there is a decrease there, okay? So I had my staff look at this so we could try to figure out what happened. And what we believe when we recalculate the consumption numbers is that people went back to work after COVID. So what happened is consumption went down. They weren't home cooking and taking showers and that kind of thing. So it wasn't as much home usage, because we also looked to see if there were any unusual blips, like if there was some kind of unusual billing adjustment. We did not see it. It all boiled down to the consumption actually just went down. So that's one reason that number dropped a little bit. The other one where you see the negative for the FEMA, the transfers in FEMA related, it's down in the increase-decrease column a little over $1 million. And you have to remember, that's kind of a one-time thing. We were trying to get settled up with Hurricane Florence, and FEMA paid a big chunk, like $1.3 million in fiscal 21, and then we got the last little bit where they closed out one project we had left over in 22, so we got the remainder, $300,000, but that's why that number is decreased. That is not one that is like a typical recurring number that we have. Yes, sir. Are we good? Okay, all right, gotcha. And this slide, of course, I've got the revenues placed in the order of the amount of the revenue, so sewer and water, those are our top two generators in that fund. So again, in fiscal 22, we collected $20.2 million, and in fiscal 21, we collected a little over $21 million, so we had a decrease of about $1.2 million. But the biggest driver in that is the change where we didn't have that one-time FEMA reimbursement coming back. Okay, the next slide, we're going to be looking at the budget to actual for fiscal year 22. And the one thing I want to call your attention to, that this is in order generally on the charges side to put the higher numbers to the top. But the one thing I want you to be aware of is, we budgeted for totals at the very bottom, 21.7 million. We had 20.29 million, so we were at about 93.34% of the budget. Now, part of what's in that other revenues is we had planned on ARPA funding to fund projects, and those projects we didn't complete. So that's where the ARPA funding comes into play. You didn't have the expense, but you didn't have the revenue either. So all of the other revenues are recurring revenues. So when you look at like water charges, we were at 103% of what we had budgeted. So again, we talk about that being and trying to be conservative so that we don't over budget the revenues and therefore possibly over budget the expenditures. The next slide, we talk about the downtown municipal service district. The actual numbers for 22, we had $98,000 that was collected, which is primarily all property tax. And then fiscal 21, we had $95,000, so we had a little bit of a $3,000 increase in revenues. In the occupancy tax fund, the occupancy tax collections were up about $77,000. So for the fund in general, we collected about $1.1 million in fiscal 22. In fiscal 21, it was just shy over $1 million. So we actually increased our collections about $72,000. Okay, the next slide is going to do that budget to actual collections. And again, I point out to you, we had budgeted in downtown municipal service district approximately $95,000. We collected $98,000. And also too, remembering that state law requires us on property taxes, we cannot budget 100% of the levy. So that's one reason you always build fund balance, or you should if you're doing your calculation properly, because you're basing it on your prior year collections. So you will have seen that in the general fund slide, and it repeats itself here in the downtown MSD. So again, building that fund balance. In the occupancy tax, we budgeted $1.2 million. We collected $1.6, so we were at about 90% of the budget. However, I will point out to you that appropriated fund balance line of $150,000, we were expecting that because that council had authorized that for payment of those lights, the Bryan Multi-Sports Complex lights, and I think there was like another maybe $40,000 for some advertising. So we knew we were budgeting more revenues than what we were going to collect because of that appropriated fund balance number. Okay. So my next slide is kind of like an operating funds, just a wrap-up summary. So you're looking at fiscal 22 and fiscal 21 actual collections, and then the far column is the increase. If it's a decrease in revenues, it's in parentheses. And of course, like I said, with the utility fund, that it's down 1.2, but that had to do with the ARPA revenues. So when we look at the budget, or the numbers, collected numbers overall, in fiscal 22, we collected $71.4 million in cash in the door. And in fiscal 21, we had $66.9 million. So we had an increase of $4.5 million cash in the door. Okay. And then this is just the one little slide I do for expenditures, because like I said, we talk about expenditures all during the year with budget amendments. So the budget, we had $73 million in expenditures. Actual spent was $58.4 million. So we were actually favorable under budget $14.6 million. And then I also put this slide in there about fund balance appropriation. So you're looking at what was appropriated in 22. So this would be from 21 rolling into 22, and these were the 22 final numbers. In the general fund, we did a great job, and we only appropriated $156,000 in fund balance. In the utility fund, it was $397,000. Occupancy tax, we talked about that, $150,000. And stormwater was $640,000. But as you recall, this was the approval of the stormwater project to do the assessment by CDM, and then there were two really small capital projects in stormwater. So across all the operating funds that the City of Goldsboro manages, we only appropriated $1.34 million in fund balance in fiscal 22. And I apologize, I know this slide is a little hard to read. It does the same thing, but this is just fiscal 22. You have the budget column, the actual column, and then under or over budget, and this is by each operating fund. And what I would call your attention to is in the budget column, the very bottom where it says total net change all funds is 0. So what that tells you is you had a balanced budget, because revenues minus expenses has to be 0 for all these operating funds. And then the actuals, these are a repetition of the numbers I just presented to you. I color-coded them in the sense that green is good and red is bad, okay? Just trying to make it easy. So when you look at the actual column, in each fund, each operating fund, with the exception of the occupancy tax fund, the net of revenue minus expenses, we had more money coming in the door than we had going out. So that those funds are going to increase. And again, as I explained about the occupancy tax fund, we had anticipated appropriating $150,000 in fund balance. We only ended up with minus 10 in the hole. So that's good. That's really good. So it means we did a good job managing the cash each month. And then the under-over budget, so like general fund revenues, it's minus $502,150, but that's a positive because that means we collected $502,000 more than we had budgeted. That's why it's in green. So when you look at each one of the operating funds as far as like budget to actual, we were positive in the sense that little over 13 million net revenues over expenses. But the big thing I think for y'all to realize is just bottom line, all your operating funds, we were to the good $13 million for June 30 of 2022. Unaudited numbers still, so that number will change some. But I think the result and I think the like having the scorecard, if you will, is showing that we are trying to be, as a body, more conservative, and we're trying to do what we're supposed to do, which is build that fund balance back up, so when we have these major projects we need to do, we can fund them. And I think that speaks to the council's philosophy. I think it speaks to the manager and the management team under him and all the staff that work to put these numbers together. And if you have any questions.
I have a question. I saw one was $1 off. Did I miss that?
It probably was, Ms. Jones. I was putting this together. I had staff help me put it together, and I tried to double check all my numbers, so it could have been off. I try to focus on the bigger numbers. I
Okay.
apologize for that.
Okay, no, I was just saying if I was, okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
When I see year over year major slashes in expenditures, I've seen organizations, try to build back up a balance by deferring maintenance.
Yeah, sure.
Do you feel like we've put ourselves in a bit of a maintenance hole at all, or is this genuinely operating in a different way? I obviously want a strong fund balance, but I also want strong equipment, strong facilities, and again, other outside of this realm, when I've seen organizations just slash spending, oftentimes it bites them. Where are we looking at for next year?
So I'm going to let manager
Sure.
handle it, but the one thing I will say is the council, made a very difficult decision to increase property taxes.
Right.
They've made very difficult decisions to increase utility rates. So part of the increase is not just from the slashing. We do have increased revenues that are going to help support those operations. But now, as far as the slashing
Sure,
and that,
sure,
I'm going to
sure.
let the manager handle that.
Understood. Understood. Thank you. That's a great report. Thank you.
Thank
Any
you.
other questions for Catherine? Catherine, before you sit down, I want to thank you for all the work that you've done, not only for this, but all the work you've done for the other audits as well.
Thank you.
There's a lot of information here, and I know we've had this discussion before that in the past we were not getting the timely reporting. I want to commend you for changing that attitude and getting this information to us. There's a lot of information in here that takes time for a novice like myself to sit down and go through. But the bottom line is very positive here. So
It is positive, and I think the council should take that and from a very positive standpoint, that you all are laying that foundation that you need to do the great things that you want to do. So,
thank you.
thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank
Glad
you.
you're feeling it.
Thank you.
Mr. Simon, you want to comment on that?
Yeah, I'll try to get you a report on that. For our equipment readiness, I'm sure there are things backlogged but it's also a factor of what we can get for parts nowadays. So I think we can put together a report that says whether we're waiting on parts or whether we didn't have the money to buy it. We have bought a fair amount of equipment for Public Works. I think this coming year you're going to look at probably trying to catch up with some police cars that we haven't bought in the past.
I think that's good information to provide some perspective, because it looks like there's this glut of cash, and it's really not. There are things that the city needs to invest in. There's things that the city wanted to invest in, but supply chain issues got in the way. And so I think that's relevant information for sure. That's all. Thank you.
And what Catherine, we can't tell you right now what is unassigned fund balance out of that fund balance increase. It could be loans and such that need to be paid, but we'll get that for you.
It's a bit of a happy circumstance, actually, that we ended up having this, in my opinion, that we ended up having this presentation tonight as opposed to last week, because having the 2021 audit from Forvis, that presentation, and then immediately getting some context of what's happened since June of 2021, I think that actually worked out really well, so thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other comments? Okay, if not, we'll move on to item C, use of public utilities, and I believe Mr. Burks want to come up and speak. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. How are you guys doing today?
Good.
I might have some answers to your questions here while over this. Let me go through this. The use of public utilities capital reserve to fund capital improvement projects. The City of Goldsboro's Public Utilities Department has an approved fiscal year 22-23 budget for the following capital improvement projects. Compost was a bulldozer, water treatment plant, an automatic transfer switch for the Neuse River pump station, the wastewater treatment plant, Westbrook pump station generator replacement, New Hope lift station bar screen replacement, chemical bulk storage tank replacement, CITI telemetry replacement for final phase of a 3-phase project, sand filter 2 rehab project. Due to the rising cost of materials and labor, additional funding is required to complete these projects. The Utility Capital Reserve Fund was established in fiscal year 22-23 to fund capital improvement projects and currently has $1.5 million in the fund. The matrix identifies each project in the budget amount, bid amount, and the funding shortfall. The water treatment plant automatic transfer switch was budgeted for $100,000. The bid came in at $240,905, which was a difference of $140,905. Westbrook generator was budgeted for $500,000. The bid came in for $794,571, which was a $294,571 difference. New Hope bar screen was budgeted for $200,000. The bid came in for $304,400, which was a difference of $104,400. Chemical bulk storage tank, it was budgeted for $45,000. That bid came in at $168,200, which was a difference of $123,200. CITI reprogram absolute radios throughout the telemetry system. That we budgeted $300,000 for that. The bid came in at $316,388, which was a difference of $16,388. Sand filter rehab was budgeted for $182,948. The bid came in for $188,948, which was a $6,000 difference. And the bulldozer was $163,162. The bid came in for $189,987.48. Difference of $26,825.48. The total difference in all these projects was $712,289.48. Staff recommend the council to approve the use of the Public Utilities Capital Reserve Fund in the amount of $712,289.48 to provide the additional funding to require to complete these budgeted capital projects. Any questions?
So I'm going to ask the question, not to suggest any prior planning, but before these items were budgeted, were there research to try to develop the cost for the budget in the first place?
Yes, sir. Yes, they were. Yes, these costs came out usually when we budget these items. It's usually around January timeframe. By the time we get the budget process done, by June, this is what we have. By the time we go to budget this process, these prices, what happens is for these material costs and labor costs skyrocketed. I mean, you can see that in a gallon of milk you buy nowadays. Everything just shot right up, and that's where we're finding these problems at.
Any other questions?
I just have a comment. To further prove my point that we made back when this money was asked for and the utility rate increase, and I stated it was imperative that we not procrastinate because of this possible increase. This shows what happens if you kick the can down the road. That the inflation and cost, and like you said, I used to pay $12 to get my suit cleaned. I went today with $16. I said, wow. But then I thought about it. Everything's going up.
Yep.
So You can't, I mean, we don't wanna sound insensitive to the consumer, which is the citizen, but if we don't, it's gonna be 3 times higher. And I just wanted to remind, the citizens of that. Nobody wants to have to go up on anything, but as we see tonight, 700,000 over what we budgeted
Yes.
is what we're facing. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Sherman.
Good.
Next item on the agenda is item D, Goldsboro Tourism Council Annual Report.
Got Dustin Pike coming up as the chairman for the
Good evening. How are you guys
commission.
today?
Good evening.
Right. So I'm the chairperson of the Goldsboro Tourism Council as well as the Wayne County TDA. It's a joint board that we have. So I just want to kind of give you guys an update. Oh, look, I got a clicker. All right, so I always like to start these by kind of going over how occupancy tax works. It's kind of one of those funds it's off to the side, not a lot of people pay attention to. So within the city limits, it is a 6% occupancy tax on hotel stays. 5% of that is remitted to the city and 1% to the county. Where it goes from there is very confusing. We'll take the rest of the evening to explain, but we'll just leave it at that. Occupancy tax funds tourism assets. So those are things like the Maxwell Center, the Bryant Multisports Complex, the Event Center, a few other items like that. It 100% funds the tourism staff and offices, so including all their salaries and benefits. It handles all of our marketing that we do within the county. And then we also use it to promote tourism-related events that go on within the county. So I know we've used funds for things like, this past year we did some funding for the Dillard alumni. We've done funding for things like Freedom Fest and some of the sporting events that we have come on as well as supporting like Mount Olive Pickle Festival and some of the other festivals. Tourism does not use general tax funds. So the office is 100% funded by occupancy tax. We don't use general tax funds for any of that type of stuff. We also maintain a separate fund balance for that. So looking back at tourism for last fiscal year, it was $939,000 in occupancy tax collected for the city portion. From that as well, $374,000 was generated in sales tax from those hotel stays. The hotels within the city generate $300,000 in property taxes for the city portion. Last year, the State Tourism Office estimated $172 million in visitor spending in Goldsboro, Wayne County. And the tourism employees, tour ministry and Wayne County employees, just under 1,200 people. So pretty big impact within the county and the city. Last year, some of the kind of big events that we had, USTA tennis tournament, which that was the, last year was the 8th year, this year was the 9th year that we've hosted it. Kepner Cup is a big soccer tournament that's regional, so they have events not only here on our fields, but some other fields in the area. North Carolina Lax Fest, we hosted the boys and girls tournament. Freedom Fest, Goldsboro Dillard Alumni Weekend is always a good tourism weekend for us, as well as the U.S. Quidditch Mid-Atlantic Regent, now known as Quad Bowl. So for this year, we did some aggressive revenue projections working with Catherine, with the city, and Allison over at the county. That being said, we are ahead of collection schedules as well, even with those aggressive projections. Last month's numbers just came in, and we collected in the city, I believe it was about $105,000 in occupancy tax just in October. We also have the air show this year, which will be a huge tourism driver for us. And every event that we had on the calendar for 21-22 is back on the calendar again. So all the sporting events and other events that we've got. So, any questions?
Anyone have any questions?
All right. Thank you, guys.
Okay, next on the item E, Commission on Community Relations and Development Annual Report.
Sir, we have Ms. Terry Bradley and Washia Lancaster, the chair and vice chair.
Good evening, ladies.
Good evening, Council. My name is Washia Lancaster. I am the vice chair for the
I can't hear you.
Okay, sorry about that. My name is Washia Lancaster. I am the vice chair for the Community Development Relations Committee, and just here to give the annual report. So I'm assuming. All right, our mission is to act as an advisory body to the City Council And some of our goals are to enhance the community harmony, to go above and beyond to promote awareness of Goldsboro growing multiculturalism. And I want to say, as a board, we're working really hard to make sure our board is diverse, not just racially, but also socioeconomically. We think that's very important, that all of our citizens feel as if they're represented, see representation on our board. Facilitate community dialogue by having meetings and community events throughout neighborhoods, and you will see more of that in the upcoming year. Organize coalitions to listen to community issues and concerns, and the council appointed commission on community relations and development would also serve as a citizen input mechanism to an advisory capacity to the city council for programs funded through the CBDG and the home grant funds. We have 11 members on our board, and some of the backgrounds of our members, we have some that work in social services, education, military, small business owners, NPO, correctional facility staff, and insurance brokers. And we also have, as liaisons to our council, Ms. Felicia Williams and council member Hiawatha Jones. And I'm going to hand it over to our chair, Ms. Terry.
Thank you. So I call Ms. Barnett my co-chair because we do everything together. I don't make decisions or do anything on my own. She's really a co-chair, and I just want to respect her for that. So let's go to the next slide here. Thank you. So our accomplishments have been, number one, our bylaws have been revised. They align more with local government. We define how we will be using subcommittees as well as ad hoc committees as needed. We are actively involved in CBDG action plan and have a work in progress timeline for next year already. We attend council meetings more than we used to, stay connected to the current action items that the council is working on. We reached out to council, the city manager, city mayor, etc., to see how we can make an impact and help their vision for their local region to come to action and support their vision. We've also held community events such as suicide prevention vigil at the county courthouse. We've actively participated in National Night Out. This year we will be participating in the Christmas parade. We will be sharing community affairs such as Literacy Connection, Community Fair, World Mental Health Day, National Night Out again next year, Conversations for Black Women. We had that event. It was our first event this year. It was really kind of interesting and educational. And then we are currently working as a unit on MLK celebration for next year. Typically, we branch out into subcommittee, and we thought that it would be good to use the whole entire commission for that because we're all connected to the community, so you want everyone to be involved. Let's see here. Our next line of action is to bring in subject matter experts to form ad hoc committees as needed. If we're going to be doing some community relations, conversations, or economic development where there isn't anybody on the commission that has that experience, we're going to be bringing in people from the outside to give their input and do presentations. Our first presentation next year, one of our first presentations next year will actually be a collaborative effort with someone from the Air Force, and they'll be coming in from Raleigh to give us input on home funds and how to use those home funds and how to impact the community. We are currently developing a framework for affordable housing, working with HUD and ARP guidelines. We are also actively participating in on-demand individual training directly from the HUD exchange. Lastly, we're promoting more inclusiveness by reaching out to community leaders and leveraging local resources such as the Chamber of Commerce and church leaders. I was involved in, and so was my co-chair, a Zoom meeting recently with an organization, and the chairman of the chamber was there and offered his services so we can have more information and use their resources as far as church leaders and community leaders and business leaders to get their input for community development. So What does 2023 look like? So we are a new commission with new vision and the same goals to support the city and be a voice for the community. We have a clear and accurate and measurable goals for 2023. Our goal to begin the year is to set some guidelines and some baselines, and then by the end of the year have something to measure against that to show what our progress has been. We are speaking about having a cultural fair, so that includes different nationalities and maybe have like something downtown like a parade, a dance, some sort of banquet where all the different cultures can be represented. And I want to personally say I'm excited about a potential new member that we've all voted in, and I think we're still waiting for confirmation, but it'll probably be one of our first Asian American members on the commission, so I'm looking forward to that happening. She's been in the community for over 25 years, so I'm excited about that. Next down, we are fostering, we're doing a community poster and essay contest at the local schools and churches. We are working to be more collaborative with Seymour Johnson Air Force Base. We are working with them on Martin Luther King Day and learning how they play a role in affordable housing. We have high-level professionals coming to open meetings to present in key initiatives, which I've mentioned already. And we are assuring that we are a unit that are fully aware of local government and how they work. So we're kind of doing our education through resources that we have on our website and that you've offered for us. We are continuing to learn and utilize best practices while working together and communicating issues to the communities. We are also ensuring that there is a clear path of communication between the communities and the council, and I want to thank our council liaison for being there to answer our questions and give input. She's been very helpful. And as much as possible, we want to make sure that we are a diverse set and we have the diversities here that have their voice heard. We are working to stay ahead of potential issues that can have a negative impact in our cities, and so throughout our day we personally go about walking and talking and asking individuals that we come across, do they have any input or anything that they want to share for us to take back to our meetings. And so we just want to thank the council for appointing us and trusting us with this commission, and we're all looking forward to a new year. That's it.
Thank you so much. I can't wait to have the Maharaji band.
Oh, yeah.
And the Native American.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm excited.
We're excited about that.
I want to thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and the Vice Chair, and say that I've never seen as much energy in this commission as I've seen this year. It's been a pleasure. Not to suggest that past commissions were not doing anything, but I've just seen a little bit of more enthusiasm and energy this year, and I attribute it to the leadership and the people that you have on the commission. So
we're excited to be here. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, ladies.
All right. At this time, have an update on the Homer Park Center and T.C. Coley building, and I believe our city manager is going to present that.
Yes, sir. Our Parks and Recs Director, Ms. Felicia Brown, is not here this evening, but we have Russell Stevens if you have any questions for him, but I will present this item. Herman Park Center, formerly the Oddfellow Home Orphanage, built in 1892, was purchased and renovated by the city in 1978. The 16,000 square foot building features an auditorium, gymnasium, kitchen, meeting rooms, fitness center, and office space for the city Parks and Rec staff. T.C. Coley Center, formerly the city W.A. Foster Center, built in 1938, was renovated in 2018 at a cost of roughly $210,000 to remove asbestos and renovate the recreation room floors. The 13,000 square foot building features a gymnasium that is currently home to Ashford's Boxing Club, kitchen multi-purpose spaces for rentals, 2 offices, and a playground. Annual operating costs for the T.C. Coley Center are estimated to be roughly $35,000 and offset by rental revenue, which in FY22 was $8,000. In September 2022, Herman Park Center was closed due to positive tests for mold and recommendation to conduct mold remediation after repairs. Required remediation repairs include asbestos abatement, roof and HVAC replacement, and a staff estimated cost of more than $200,000. There's no funding in the FY23 budget for this work. Contingency funding or fund balance could be used. The new Herman Park Center will cost significantly more than the $11 million approved by Council, as discussed with Council on the October 17th, 2022 meeting. In October 2022, Parks and Rec staff at the Herman Park Center relocated to the senior house next door, and senior programs were relocated to available space in the T.C. Coley Center, along with Herman Park Center pottery classes. T.C. Coley Center needs roughly $55,000 worth of roof repairs and interior painting due to roof leaks. If the programs or rentals other than Ashford Boxing will be conducted at the T.C. Coley Center, roof repairs and interior painting should be done. Staff recommend Council agree to close Herman Park Center until a new Herman Park Center is built and authorize staff to seek funding for grants for demolition of the old Herman Park Center and purchase of a new Herman Park Center. Any grant matching funding requirements will be brought to Council for approval and consideration. Staff recommend Council either approve or deny funding for the T.C. Coley roof repairs and interior painting. If funding for roof repairs is not approved, programs and rentals in the recreation room would not be offered. Ashford Boxing and pottery classes could be offered. Additionally, if funding for repairs is not approved, the sale or demolition of the building should be considered. So I offer this up for Council consideration.
Okay, Council, you heard the status of the two buildings and a recommendation for both buildings. Is there any discussion?
Well, I'd like to begin. T.C. Coley's in my district, and I've fought and stood up for that building for a long time. Its previous name was W.A. Foster Center, which I said a little history of that. It was one of the founding members of my Masonic Lodge, which is adjacent to that property. I know everyone says that we have a new W.A. Foster and people can utilize that, but however, that's not the case. It's still quite a distance from its location to the new location. In reference to the Herman Park Center, we've had renderings and proposals of the new building, which hopefully we can see in the future coming. So I don't think, my personal thoughts are, we don't need to keep investing into that building. I agree that it should be demolished. We don't need to continue to put money in a building that we foresee a new edifice coming in the future. However, with T.C. Coley, if that building is taken down, we still need to have some type of central location for individuals to use a space, recreational or what have you. And at $55,000, I really don't think that's a lot of money to rehab that building as far as the paint, roof, etc. Those are just my thoughts on it. Like I said, it could also be utilized as a rec space as far as maybe, hate to say another pandemic or something catastrophic happen in the future. It could be used as a Wi-Fi spot, a shelter, in the event of a flood or anything like that. You know, so many possibilities for that location. Like I said, where it's located, there's nothing in that proximity close that those residents could utilize if both buildings are taken down. I just look at the proximity. If you have nothing, and the closest thing you have is off of John Street, and I've spoken with several individuals. I do feel it's underutilized. I don't think it just needs to service a boxing gym, even though it does great things for the community. I think it needs to be used as an educational outlet. I always wanted to advocate for a learning lab of some sort. It doesn't just need to be sports. Athletics is not the only thing that can be done in our community. I think it needs to be utilized as, like I said, a Wi-Fi maybe location. A lot of kids during the pandemic, that my students particularly, that lived in Lincoln Homes, that didn't have access, even though the schools gave them hotspots. Spectrum didn't service a lot of those areas. That they weren't getting the coverage that they needed, you know. And I think this location could have been used. those are just my thoughts on it. I just wanted to speak on that because it's something that I've been
Well,
thinking about.
I wanted Councilman Polak to speak first because it is his district,
Thank you.
and I respect you
Thank you.
in your district.
Thank you.
As far as Park Center, I agree with the council, and let's do something better. Let's build something better. With T.C. Coley, even though it has not been cited as African American historical site, it is viewed as such with many of the African Americans that I've spoken to. And I do agree with it being used as a learning center, a learning lab, as well as boxing. But I would not like to see, it's not in my district, but we're all here to work together. But like I said, I respect you because it's your district and I wanted you to speak first.
Thank you, ma'am.
But I think that we should keep that building and it not be demolished. And maybe later on we can get some other fundings. You have some prominent African Americans in your district that I know, I really believe would be willing to help. And even though I'm not in that district, I'll be willing to come alongside you and work and get a committee and raise some money because it's very important. Our kids need to have a place that they can learn, go to, as a matter of fact, the Goldsboro has a learning center. And then we can look into, how they obtain that and how we can go about doing that and what resources we have and what funds that we can use. But I am in agreement with you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Is there other comments?
Yeah, how many people use this facility right now? Do we have a number approximate day?
Yes, I'll come up. Hey, council, hey, Mayor. Yeah, right now we have a pottery class using the facility. That's probably about 10 folks. We also have a church renting the facility, and they rent it about every Sunday, but they only have like 5 members. And we also have Steve Astrid, who is like the anchor of that facility, and he does a really good program over there. So,
How many will you be adding if you use the seniors for card games?
if you add the seniors for card game, not all of them come, so you're looking at probably about 25 people if you add the seniors as well.
And the boxing?
The boxing, don't know his exact numbers, but he has a very good foundation over there. He rents the building, as I'm sure all you know. He's on a monthly rental of $450 per month, and he probably is the majority of that $8,000 that is paid, that we make off revenue over there. Yeah.
So if we were to shut down the Herman Park, could we assume that some of those programs that you had over there can move into the TC Code?
Actually, that is correct, but we also have most of those programs moved to the new location, which is W.A. Foster. So,
Right, but I'm saying to offset some of the costs, could we consider
you
moving them
could,
to TC Code?
yeah, we could move them to TC Coley, yeah. But with that in mind, the building does need a little bit of maintenance. Like Councilman Pollock said, it's the building has been a cornerstone for the community for years, but like all of us, we do age, and the building has aged, and it needs some work.
The Herman Park Center, how much of the original structure, the 1892 structure, is still there?
That's a very good question. I'm not sure about that, but the building, it served its purpose. It served us well for as many years as it could, but I guess all you know that mold found in the building, also asbestos in the walls, so don't know how much of the original structure is there.
My concern on that one is, if we vote tonight and to approve an order that's basically saying we're going to find the money to demo it, we have absolutely no plan of when we're going to find the money to build a new one. We can find the money to go in and renovate. I'm not saying that's the perfect solution, and I would hate to see that corner right there become just a dead spot for an indeterminate amount of time, knowing that the county is about to make a large change right across Herman. So that's my concern, is having just a derelict building that we have no plan of when we're actually gonna be able to find the money. With TC Coley, we have someone who's interested in taking that building, but to the point that has already been made, that building, that corner is such a cornerstone of that community that we either need to ensure that it goes into good private hands, or we need to invest in it. So that's my surface level opinion.
When you say we have somebody, I mean, is this a?
Ashford.
Oh, okay. So that he wants to purchase the building, the whole entire building.
I'd like to say something. We've gone around this with the Herman Park Center for years, and at one time we had the approval to build.
October of 19. Yeah.
We had the approval to build it, and then we ran into some problems. But what else that center would do when it's finished is it would also provide with 3 gyms.
Yeah.
One of those gyms would be an emergency shelter or a gathering place should we have a disaster in the area. I think we added showers, we added communication facilities. We don't have that in Goldsboro. And I think we're throwing, if we try to do something with Herman Park Center as it is, we're just throwing good money after bad. And at a major expense when we do remediation and when we also do for new HVAC, new everything. And we're putting lipstick on the pig almost. And it's not what we need to do. As much as I want to do it right, we have great plans. And we know those plans will work. It's just we've got to make it work some way. But Councilman Gaylor, I just don't think trying to fix it. We need to move ahead. And we also need a facility similar to the W.A. Foster on that side of town. And with that, so those are my feelings.
Well, I don't agree right now to selling it to an individual, T.C. Coley. Right now, I am not in agreement with that. I am in agreement with finding the necessary funds to do what we need to do to keep it functional, to have a learning center for our kids. I'm on my TC now, and that is my take. I am not in agreement with anyone purchasing it.
I agree. We don't know what anyone's individual intentions are. As I said earlier, it needs to be a diverse environment for learning as well as athletics. You know, unfortunately, a lot of times in our community, it's just a one-sided thing that just athleticism is pushed. And I want it to be an equal balance. And I've said that from day one. You know, I want it to be a learning facility of some sort. And if we sell it to a private investor, you know, even though they may upgrade it and do everything, it still might be one-sided. You know, I want it to be something that everybody in the community, you know, can utilize, you know.
And I like the boxing aspect in it. There is a PAC in Florida that took a facility like that and had learnings and had all types of things and all types of arts and crafts and dance studios and different things inside those rooms, and I could really see that happening on that side, and that's what I would really like to see. You know, like I said, I like the boxing aspect, but I am not in agreement to selling it to an individual investor.
So, Mr. Stevens,
Yes.
what's your recommendation?
In a perfect world, get the Herman Park Center built and keep T.C. Coley, but we're not in a perfect world. So I do agree that the Herman Park Center and T.C. Coley both are very special places. I started my first job at T.C. Coley, which was W.A. Foster, and we had it going on over there. We packed out the place, and we actually outgrew the building. Very similar to Herman Park. We outgrew that building, but both of the buildings got sick, if you can put it that way, and both of them needed attention, so we're here with you guys to figure out what direction we need to go in.
Russell, can you talk a little bit about the inside of the building with TC
Sure.
Coley? You know, it's one thing to put a roof so we don't get any more rain, but it's
Sure.
got its issues.
Yeah, so we were talking about the game room for TC Coley. Back wall, if you guys haven't been in, it needs to be painted. And if you go in and paint it without fixing the roof, you're still going to have issues. Not much of a mold issue there right now, but it will be if we don't fix the roof. Also, some of the tiles on the floors, they need attention as well. So we have had some work done to the building, but it's not a perfect building. I guess we don't have any perfect buildings here in the city, but both of our buildings need attention.
Mr. Stevenson,
Yeah.
How many people you have? How many people is working over there at TC Coley right now?
How many?
Yes.
We have part-time staff there right now, no full-time staff. So we have actually two part-time staff there. They cover the pottery as well as the card games, and also a little bit with Ashford Boxing opening up the gym.
Yes, sir.
The last thing that I'll say about TC Coley, I just want to reiterate, if we're going to keep it, we need to fix it. It needs to be a premier facility if we're going to keep it, that the community can be proud of around it. And as it is set for the last little while, that's not it. You know, even the playground outside, despite the best efforts, is not what it should be. And if it's going to remain on our Parks and Rec's distinguished asset list, it needs to be a proper facility, is my only real feeling.
Well, I think I echo that, because in my mind, I'm asking the same question, like, you know, where we're trying to seek out grant money, there's no guarantee, this is just an idea and something that people want, right? So my thing is, in the meantime, I'd much rather be down one facility than two facilities. And I think it is a worthy cause to make the investment, and then who's to say later on down the road we decide to sell or whatever. But right now, I know how important that building is, not just to the community it sits in, but to this city and the county as a whole, actually. So I personally, if we need a motion, Ron, do we need a motion? Are we ready to proceed?
No, there's no money allocated for the 55,000, so we would need to make a motion for that specifically.
And then she'll need to come back with a budget
Yep.
amendment.
And then Catherine will come back with a budget amendment should council decide to do it. But again, this is coming out of a fund balance that we set aside.
I mean, I understand what you're saying. I'm going to make the motion. I just want to be clear. How do I need to word the motion to be in support of saving the TC Coley or making the financial investment necessary to keep the building open?
I can't advise necessarily as far as saying the verbiage of whatever's necessary. You might get in and find out it's 250,000 repairs.
Okay, so let's.
I mean, right now, it's 55,000 is the estimate for roof repairs and interior painting. So
Okay, so let me
we
go
recommend
back.
we at least do that if you want to use that rec.
When you were reading it,
Center.
there was a opportunity to make a motion to be for or against. So I'm asking you, what was the verbiage to be for, so I can make that motion now?
Okay, staff recommend council either approve or deny funding for TC Coley roof repairs and interior painting.
So then we approve it.
Roofing and interior.
Interior paint. Repairs and interior paint.
Okay, I make a motion that we approve funding necessary for roofing and interior painting for the TC Coley building.
Second it.
Motion made and seconded. Any other discussion?
Can we get a specific amount for Catherine to authorize?
The projected amount was 55,000 for the roof. That's what you said.
Okay, well now, did I hear that it might be more than 55?
We expect to be under that for the roof repair and the painting. But if you want to do other work like fix bathrooms or who knows what in the future,
We just need to know more of that later. is that right?
you'd have to address that later on.
So we need to add the 55,000 to my motion.
I think that would be helpful.
Ms. Catherine? Okay, so I make a motion that we approve up to $55,000, for roofing and interior painting of the T.C. Coley building.
I second it.
Motion's made and second. Any other discussion? All in favor, please show by raise your hand. There's no, the motion carries. Now on the item of the
Herman Park Center?
Mayor, may I ask just one last question? So the Herman Park Center, that building's just going to be vacant for the foreseeable future, right?
Correct.
So there will be some offset from that cost just in utility bills that are not being paid too, right? So some of this is going to offset in budget, right? Catherine, it's logical.
Yeah, I mean-
That's a fairly logical assumption, right? For those keeping score. Okay. Thank you.
All right,
Sorry.
thank you.
The staff had recommended that the council agree to close Herman Park Center until a new Herman Park Center is built, and authorize the staff to seek grant funding for the demolition of the old Herman Park Center and purchase of a new Herman Park Center. That was the staff recommendation. Anyone want to make a comment to approve or disapprove that?
Mr. Mayor, do you mind repeating that?
Yeah.
Yes. The
I
staff
could-
recommendation reads, staff recommend council agree to close Herman Park Center until a new Herman Park Center is built, and authorize staff to seek grant funding for demolition of the old Herman Park Center and purchase of a new Herman Park Center. You can make all a part of that staff recommendation.
I have a question, and to kind of piggyback on what Councilman Gaylor stated, from an aesthetic standpoint, having a vacant lot, does it have to be demolished? Or does it, just because it's not used, does it have to be torn down? Because we have a lot of, I mean, I would like the maintenance, of course, outside to be continued, the grass cutting, but, you know, seeing that vacant lot, you know, does that money have to be sought after right now for demolition, or?
No, we gotta get a bid anyway.
Right, okay,
Yeah.
that was my question.
It's with the previous design build, it was about 155,000 to 160,000. I talked to TA Loving, and they think that that was a pretty good estimate still for demolition. Building costs are going to be more for the new building, but you know, I'm not sure whether you want to see a boarded up building for however long, or you want to see it torn down and moving forward. So
I just asked Mayor Ham about the recommendation, and he said that we can break it up, so it's not all or nothing. So if we deem one thing to be, you know, we want to move them around, we can do that too.
That's just a recommendation from
Okay.
staff. We can word it as.
Okay.
So you got to.
Uh-uh.
You're not going to make a motion. Okay.
David, read that again, please.
Okay. So the staff recommends council agree to close the Herman Park Center. That's one thing. Until a new Herman Park Center is built, and authorize staff to seek grant funding for demolition of the whole old Herman Park Center and purchase of a new Herman Park Center. So there's two parts of the recommendation, basically.
I guess my thought there was you may be able to get a grant for the 150,000-60,000 to tear it down, but you might not get enough money to build a new one yet. So maybe 1 year at a time.
I don't see any reason if we're gonna close it, let's go ahead and tear it down. It's just gonna become more and more derelict. So I'll make the motion that you just read.
Okay. Let me slide this down. Mr. Pollock, Mayor Pro Tem Pollock.
I make the motion. Where is it? I make the motion to close Herman Park Center until a new Herman Park Center is built, and authorize staff to seek grant funding for demolition of the old Herman Park Center and purchase of a new Herman Park Center.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Motion is made and second. Any discussion?
I have a question. When you have asbestos in a building, there's certain securities that you have to do when you're tearing that down. So how does that affect our health department that's across the street, our school that is right there? How does that affect them as we're tearing this building down, our library, all the
It's part of the demo cost. I'm not an expert in that, but that is what they bid on.
I'm not, okay. I mean, I'm not asking about cost or anything. I'm just saying, do we know what that process looks like?
They encapsulate.
Okay.
Spray with a lot of water. Good evening, Mayor, Council.
Good evening.
We do know what that process looks like because we went through the exact same process for the TC Coley facility. When we go out for bid, a part of the bid process is to evaluate what the cost for the asbestos abatement process is as well. So they'll come in, put up all the plastic covering throughout the building, interior, up under the walls, up under the basements, throughout the building itself. It's a requirement, it's a state requirement for them to come in and make sure that from abatement standpoint, all points of contact for the possibility of that dust flowing outside of the building. So that's part of the security in abating that the asbestos. Does that help?
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions?
I do have a question, doesn't have anything to do with that. I noticed that the city manager said, you called out TA Lovin. Are we not going to get other bids from other contractors or?
Well, TA Loving has a design build right now for that building. They came and presented that information to you, and I asked them if part of that design build could still be executed to demo the building, and they said yes.
Okay. It's for me, I just think it's very important that we use all contractors and get, the best bid. So I kind of missed that. I just wanted to make sure.
Well, we can look into that possibility.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Okay, we have a motion on the floor, and it was second. All in favor of the motion, please show by raising your hand. We have 100%. Okay, motion carries. I have it back there. Oh, that's right. Okay. This time we'll have boards and commissions vacancy discussion by our city clerk. Mr. Katz.
Good evening, Mayor and council members.
Good evening.
Included in your folders is a listing of boards commissions vacancies with the member status and the recommendation from the board if we've received their recommendation. Also included in your folders are current board and commission members with the districts they live in and copies of applications received to date. Please review the information. I will bring this discussion back to our next meeting on December 5th for council discussion and possible selection of members, followed by a resolution appointing those members at the December 19th meeting. So this is mainly just for your information at this point.
Anyone have any questions?
I have a question. Madam Clerk, I see that, some people are eligible for reappointment. And maybe I can just ask you this off the grid, or we can send it to council, but I want to know, are these folks getting ready to tap out on their terms that they can run? Because what I'm noticing is we almost always reappoint, but then we lose the people that are interested to come aboard. And I want everyone to have an opportunity to serve on these boards. So can we, or maybe, I'm not trying to add anything to your caseload, but can we put what number term they're on so that we can see who's,
Yes, ma'am, and I can give you my list here. I can send you a copy of my list that has when their terms expired, when their current appointment is, and what their original appointment was.
That'd be helpful.
I'll send that to you tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if there's no more discussion on that, we'll move to the consent agenda. And items H has been moved to the items requiring individual action. So we'll start with item I.
This is going to be a little problematic, right, Catherine? Because part of your budget amendment is the golf course.
Right, so I have an operating budget amendment, and the two items on it are the golf cart purchase and the public utilities capital outlay. So the comment that I would make is, if after the discussion for individual action on the golf cart, if that does not get approved, then I would just ask that someone make a statement to remove the $266,000 from the operating amendment, and then I will present a corrected version to the city clerk. But we could do that on the fly, okay, if that happens. So the two items that I said, we have the golf cart purchase, and it was discussed at the 9/19 and the 11/7 council meeting regarding the 50 lithium-powered golf carts. And we discussed whether there was sufficient fund balance, and we had a discussion tonight about the FY22 operating results. We were a little $7.5 million to the good in the general fund, so we felt like there was sufficient fund balance to replace the carts that OB said that we needed to replace because they are at the end of their life cycle. So obviously my memo's written as if it had been presented and a resolution was presented for the approval of those purchase of the golf carts. And it also his resolution involves the declaration of surplus of the 50 carts, because the council has to approve that in order for us to be able to trade them in. So I just want you to be aware of that as well. We are not recommending financing because, as all of you know, the interest rates have just shot out the roof. I mean, we're at 150 basis points more on interest, so it's not in the city's best interest. Because we did have positive fund balance at the end of 22, we should use our own money and not pay interest. So that's why we're recommending this to be a cash paid expense of capital outlay. So the one thing I will say, I apologize, I have a boo-boo in my operating amendment. When you look at the first page of the ordinance under transfers, in the column that says amended, it says $1,341,365, and then the difference is a positive 266. It should be a minus 266, because what we're doing is we're increasing the golf organization $266,000, so we would be reducing that contingency amount by the same amount. So that number should instead be of $1,341,365, should be $809,365. So we started the year with an anticipated contingency of $1,075,365. And if the council approves it, we're going to reduce the contingency by 266, and we're going to take it out of the contingency and we're going to place it in the golf budget. So I apologize for that error. I'm sorry about that. And then the next item, it's for the public utilities capital outlay. As you heard earlier this evening from Mr. Bert Sherman, he gave you a bird's eye view of all these very intricate, detailed capital outlay items for the utility fund. They are going to be short about $712,000. We have about $1.5 million that's set aside in that utility capital reserve fund. So what we need to do is to appropriate that. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a transfer in revenue in the utility fund of the $712,000, and then we're going to increase his line item budgets where these items already are. We're going to increase it by $712,000. Okay. And so that's all I have as far as that operating amendment. If anyone has any questions.
I have a question. Do we need to defer this until after we have spoken about the golf cart?
Yes, sir. So I'm not sure. Does the consent? You vote on that first?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You do. So you probably just need to pull my item off and do it as individual action after. Okay. And I'm not sure if you can amend your agenda, or I'm not sure how you do it.
We take it the individual action.
So you need a motion for that?
You'll just need a motion, yes,
Mayor, move to amend the agenda of the day by relocating consent agenda item I to items requiring individual action and placed after the H, the discussion on golf carts.
Second.
Okay. Motion's made and seconded. Is any further discussion? All in favor, Chuck, raise your hand. Motion passed. Now, I want to ask you something. Would you draft up the resolution, should it not pass, so I can, the golf cart not pass, so I can read the resolution? Not now, but.
Okay, you mean the resolution that's on Obie's item?
Yes.
Okay, I have to look at, I'm not sure that I have a copy of it, but I can walk back to my office
Okay.
and check that out for you. Okay.
What's wrong?
Okay, I'm sorry. You have the next one.
Yes, sir. My next item is authorization of sale of jointly owned property for 412 East Walnut Street. The city and county own a piece of property at 412 East Walnut Street. Wayne County has conducted the upset bid process, and so they've approved it. There were no upset bids, and now they're asking for the city to concur with their decision. The buyer is Oliver Design Group. The sales price was $5,000. The tax value is $6,210. So it meets all those requirements of at least 50% of tax value. So what I have is attached a resolution for a council to adopt to declare the property surplus and authorize city officials to execute the instruments necessary to transfer the ownership of 412 East Walnut Street to Oliver Design Group.
Any question on item J? So we're going to move to item K. Chief? Good afternoon, evening, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Item K on the consent agenda is the U.S. Department of Justice Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant, known as the JAG Grant, for local solicitation. The Goldsboro Police Department has been awarded the federal grant funds from the 2022 Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant. On October 17th of 2020, Council adopted a resolution allowing the Goldsboro Police Department to apply for this grant. The grant was awarded on November 1st of 2022. The grant was approved for the Goldsboro Police Department to purchase patrol pistols, informational technology equipment, and an iDetect instrument in the amount of $23,574 to ensure quality law enforcement services to the City of Goldsboro. It is recommended that the attached resolution be adopted authorizing the Goldsboro Police Department and Goldsboro City Manager to accept the award for the 2022 JAG funds in the amount of $23,574 and authorize city officials to execute documents required for the award. Any questions?
Any questions? If not, you have the next item, sir.
I do. Item L on the consent agenda is a ordinance amendment to the administrative code. The City of Goldsboro Code of Ordinance, Title III, Chapter 33, Police and Fire Departments contain regulations which set out responsibilities of the police and the fire departments. North Carolina General Statute 168-282 authorizes a city by ordinance to provide for the organization of an auxiliary police department made up of volunteer members. Sworn officers duly appointed and sworn as auxiliary will be utilized to supplement the operations of full-time sworn officers in a manner consistent with the North Carolina law. An auxiliary police officer is a limited service part-time sworn position which functions as a police officer when assigned to a specific division, unit, section, function, or assignment. Auxiliary officers have all the authority of a full-time law enforcement officer and are commissioned to act as such. Auxiliary police officers have full powers of arrest and will enforce all applicable laws using the same equipment in the same manner as full-time police officers. Auxiliary police officers will carry firearms on duty and may carry concealed firearms off duty. Auxiliary police officers are bonded with the same coverage of full-time police officers, and they are provided identical coverage protection as that of full-time police officers. The Chief of Police, in conjunction with the City of Goldsboro City Manager and Human Resources, will establish a rate of compensation for auxiliary police officers while they are performing assigned duties. Workers' compensation will be provided as outlined in applicable regulations. Life insurance and any other benefits are not provided. The Goldsboro Police Department will ensure that the personnel selected to serve as auxiliary police officers meet the same standards as full-time commissioned police officers and provide the same level of service to the community. The term auxiliary shall refer to and mean the same as the term reserve. Based on the above, staff feel it necessary to update the language in the city ordinance to provide for the organization of an auxiliary police department. The attached ordinance amendment would provide for an auxiliary police department under the current department services in regards to the administrative code. It is recommended that council by motion accept the staff's recommendation and adopt the amendment changing the administrative code as indicated above. Any questions?
Anyone have any questions? Okay, Chief, thank you.
I got one more. Think of that. I'm going to do the next one?
Yeah.
Got a minute. M on the consent agenda, the Goldsboro Christmas Parade, temporarily street closing. The annual Goldsboro Christmas Parade is one of the many local traditions helpful to usher the holiday season in the Goldsboro area. The parade is organized, coordinated, and sponsored by the Wayne County Chamber of Commerce. The street closing request for Saturday, December 3rd, 2022 is as follows. The parade route south on Center Street beginning at Ash Street to Pine Street, going around the traffic circle, and then heading north on Center Street back to Ash Street, ending at Ash Street. Staging areas, street closed for staging. Oak Street between James Street and William Street, Vine Street between Center Street and William Street, Beach Street between John Street and William Street, and Center Street from Oak and Ash Street. Additional streets closed for the staging area, Center Street from Holly Street to Ash Street, and John Street from Holly Street to Ash Street. Additional closures recommended by the Goldsboro Police Department to manage traffic flow will encompass James Street from Oak to Ash, Ash Street from James to John, Mulberry Street from James to John, Walnut Street from James to John, Chestnut Street from James to John, Spruce Street from James to John, and John Street, Pine Street from James Street to John Street, and Center Street at Elm Street. Parking restrictions. No parallel parking on Center Street from Pine Street to Ash Street. The time requested for the street closing is from 8 a.m. until 8 p.m. Police have indicated that traffic will be restricted from 8 a.m. until 3:30 a.m. and all traffic stopped at 3:30. That should be p.m. The actual parade will begin at 4 p.m. and end at approximately 7 p.m. As with all downtown events, affected city departments will be contacted and the following concerns are to be addressed. All intersections remain open for the police department traffic control. 14-foot fire lane to be maintained to provide access to 4 fire and emergency vehicles. All activities, changes in plans, etc. will be coordinated with the police department. The police department and fire departments and public works departments are to be involved in the logistical aspects of the event. It's recommended by motion grant the requested temporary street closing of the sections of Pine Street, Spruce Street, Center Street, Walnut Street, John Street, Mulberry Street, Ash Street, James Street, Chestnut Street, Oak Street, Vine Street, Beach Street for the Goldsboro Christmas Parade route and staging area from 8 a.m. until 8 p.m. on Saturday, December 3rd, 2022, as stated above. Questions?
Any questions?
Thank you.
Okay, sir, thank you.
Thanks, Chief.
The next item is setting a public hearing for a non-contiguous annexation petition.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening, sir.
As you'll recall, at our last meeting, we had a request for petition for voluntary satellite annexation for a piece of property located adjacent to an industrial business park located off of McLean Street. It was approximately 2.91 acres of real estate there that the owners were looking at annexing to the city of Goldsboro. The City Council at their meeting on November the 7th of 2022 requested that the city clerk examine the subject voluntary annexation petition for sufficiency. On November the 14th, the city clerk completed the examination and determined that the petition was sufficient. Sufficiency indicates that the proposed area for annexation meets the standards for non-contiguous annexation as specified in General Statutes 168, that's 58.1, as you'll see, meeting those 4 standards there on the first page of your agenda memo. As such, pursuant to General Statutes 168, 58.2, council shall fix a date for the public hearing on the annexation once the petition is considered sufficient by the clerk. Thank you, Madam Clerk. So the attached notice of public hearing would schedule December 5th, 2022 as the date for the public hearing. A report prepared by the Planning Department in conjunction with other city departments will be submitted to the council on that date. So, Mayor, we're just asking that by motion that council schedule a public hearing for the proposed voluntary annexation of Harry and Molly Lot 12 for December 5th, 2022.
Thank you. Any
Thank you.
questions? Thank you. Okay, we'll move to item O, dissolving the Goldsboro Municipal Golf Course Committee and amending the City of Goldsboro Code of Ordinances.
The Goldsboro Municipal Golf Course Committee has not met due to a lack of a quorum for the past 2 years. Chapter 32 outlines and defines the functions of City Council advisory boards. Section 32.323, Goldsboro Municipal Golf Course Committee defines the function of the Golf Course Committee. And Section 32.324, Parks and Rec Advisory Commission defines the functions of the Parks and Rec Advisory Commission. Due to a lack of involvement on the Goldsboro Municipal Golf Course Committee, staff recommend the committee be dissolved. Due to the dissolution, any issues involving the golf course shall be addressed by the Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission. This requires that Chapter 32 of the Goldsboro City Ordinances be updated to reflect the dissolution of the Goldsboro Municipal Golf Course Committee and to update the duties of the Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission. Staff recommends council adopt the adopt the ordinance dissolving the Goldsboro Municipal Golf Course and amending Chapter 32, Section 323, removing the Goldsboro Municipal Golf Course Committee from the code, and Chapter 32, Section 324, Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission, updating the duties of the Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission.
Any questions or comments on the recommendation for the change of the order? If not, we'll go to departmental monthly reports. You all have the reports that were submitted. Is there any comments or questions you have? Anything you want to add so far as that, Mr. Simon? Okay.
No, sir.
If not, we will recess here until 7 o'clock and come back for the regular meeting.
Our Grand Marshal, Mr. Roger Casey, who's a World War II veteran.
I call the Goldsboro City Council regular session meeting to order. And Madam Clerk, if you will call the roll, please.
Mayor Ham,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Polak,
Present.
Councilwoman Jones, Councilman Broadway,
Yes.
Councilwoman Matthews,
Present.
Councilman Gaylor,
Present.
Councilman Bass.
Here.
Okay, we're here, and this time I'm going to invite Reverend David Elliott of St. James A.M. East Zion Church come forward and lead us in prayer, please. Good evening, sir. All please stand. And we'll be following that with the pledge of allegiance.
Let us bow our heads. O wise and eternal God, thank you on behalf of all of us who are gathered here today. Thank you for your many and abundant blessings. Thank you for life itself, for the measure of health we need to fulfill our callings, for sustenance and for friendship. Thank you for the ability to be involved in useful work and for the honor of bearing the heavy responsibilities of these, our elected officials. Thank you for loving us from your boundless and wellspring of love and kindness. Lord, we ask that as we enter into this holiday season, that you will watch over and cover our county, cover our city, cover our neighborhoods, our homes, and our families. Watch and protect us. Lord, we also ask that you will continue to grant wisdom and prudence to our city officials to govern amid the conflicting issues and interests of our times. Help them to stand confidently on what is good and fair, righteous and just, that they may work together in harmony even when there is honest disagreement. I pray for the agenda set before them today. Please give an assurance of what will please you and what will benefit those who live and work in and around our beloved city of Goldsboro. It's in your most blessed name we pray. Let us all say amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, sir. Please join me with the pledge of allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please receive. Reverend Elliott, thank you, sir. Okay. I want to thank all of you for coming tonight, taking time out to attend this very important meeting. We try to make it go smoothly and as quickly as possible. First thing I'm going to do is ask for approval of the minutes of the work session and regular session minutes meeting of November 7th, 2022. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve. Second.
Motion's been made and second. All in favor, please show by raising your hand. Okay, that's those minutes. Next are minutes of the joint meeting of the Goldsboro City Council, the Wayne County Commissioners, and local municipalities on November 1, 2022. Is there a motion to approve those minutes?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion's made and second. All in favor, signify by raising your hand. Okay, all those not approving, raise your hand. The motion is carried. Minutes are approved. Okay, we have a presentation. I'm going to read the resolution. Let me find it here. Is Mr. Bailey here? Oh, come on now, sir. I'm gonna get the big print here so I can see it. Here. So our resolution is expressing appreciation for services rendered by Wilton P. Bailey as an employee of the city of Goldsboro for more than 24 years. Whereas Wilton Thomas Bailey retired on December 1st, 2022 as a warrants police officer with more than 25 years of service with the city of Goldsboro Police Department. And whereas Thomas began his career on September 9, 1998 as a police officer with the Goldsboro Police Department. And whereas on October 7, 2007, Thomas resigned as a police officer with the Goldsboro Police Department. And whereas on January 2nd, 2008, Thomas was reinstated as a police officer with the Goldsboro Police Department. And whereas on February 23, 2011, Thomas was transferred to a warrants police officer with the Goldsboro Police Department. And whereas on December 5th, 2018, Thomas was promoted to interim police corporal with the Goldsboro Police Department. And whereas on September 23, 2020, Thomas returned to the warrants police officer with the Goldsboro Police Department, where he has served until his retirement. And whereas Thomas has proven himself to be a dedicated and efficient public servant who has gained the admiration and respect of his fellow workers and citizens of Goldsboro. And whereas the mayor and city council of the city of Goldsboro desires on behalf of themselves, city employees, and the citizens of Goldsboro of expressing to Thomas Bailey their deep appreciation and gratitude for the service rendered by him to the city over the years. Now therefore it be resolved by the mayor and the city council of the city of Goldsboro, North Carolina, that we express to Thomas our very best wishes for success, happiness, and prosperity, and good health in his future endeavors. This resolution shall be incorporated into the official minutes of the city of Goldsboro and shall be in full force and effect from and after this 21st day of November 2022. Sir, it's a pleasure that I give you this, but sorry that you're not going to be around with us anymore. Chief, I know you've got something to say about service, and so go ahead.
Yeah, I worked with Tom back on shift many years ago, and respected him as an officer when I worked alongside him, and as I moved up through the department, also respected what he did. And I'll confess to Tom's, sometimes I assigned him to duties that probably a lot of the people on the agency didn't want to do, because I knew Thomas would do it to the best of his ability, and I didn't have to worry about it. And he wouldn't complain about it, he would just do it. So you've been a wonderful officer, co-worker, and I appreciate everything you've done for us. And he also excelled when it comes to the community policing. Since he was in the warrants division, I don't know that he ever had to go out and scuffle with a lot of people to warrant, because he talked to them on the phone and communicated with them and befriended them, got to know them, and then he was able to serve the warrant. So he was very successful in what he did, and I appreciate everything you've done for me, the Department of Citizens of Goldsboro. Congratulations, well deserved. And if there's anything I can do, please still reach out to us. You're like family to us, and your family's always welcome. So I appreciate it. Congratulations.
You want me to hold it with you? If I get any royalties, you get out of this. I appreciate it. Congratulations. Thank you, sir. Thanks.
Anything to say?
I would like to offer this resolution for approval by the City Council. A resolution I just read.
Move to accept the current resolution that was read.
Second.
Second.
Motion's been made and second to adopt the resolution for appreciation for services to Wilton T. Bailey. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, please show by raising your hand. Okay, the motion is adopted. Okay, at this time we're going to move into our public hearing, and we're going to start with the what we refer to as the home ARP funding, and this has to do a lot with how we just the disposition of the $970,000 that we received for homeless and other activities. And we'll establish per our policy a 10-minute time for each speaker. And at this time, I would invite the first speaker to come forward. Excuse me.
Sir, we were going to have Jeff Rosenberg and Ali Gleich from the WBD Consultants start off with a bit of a presentation to remind you where we're at and a couple of their thoughts as our consultants.
Okay, I'm sorry. These are our consultants who want to give us some information on this program. Go ahead, sir.
Alrighty, good evening, folks, and thanks for giving me the opportunity to present tonight. This is going to be a abridged version of the slides that we submitted for this evening, just so that folks can get out of here in a timely fashion. Really of interest tonight is getting some public feedback on the different allocations that were proposed for the use of the home ARP funds. So the public hearing tonight is one step in the 5-step process that we view occurring between now and the final submission of the plan up to HUD. From here, we will also accept virtual comments in addition to these in-person ones. We will post the link to a form for folks to participate virtually. Hopefully we can get that added to the meeting minutes from this session, and we will post it on the website as well, so that folks who weren't able to make it tonight can also offer their opinions on the different allocations and how they view these funds best being spent. From there, we will hope that the City Council will be able to select an allocation by the 5th of December. At that point, we will work to finalize the allocation plan itself, which is a document that will ultimately be submitted up to HUD. And once that's finalized, we'll look to submit that report by the 30th. That's just a high-level timeline and what we're expecting will occur from here on out. Folks that are not or not very familiar with this legislation should look at some of the other slides that have been included in the agenda. But essentially, we have proposed 3 different courses of action for these funds and distributing them. The first course of action splits the funding between 5 different organizations based on feedback that we got from the needs and gap analysis that we conducted and during our consultation with various organizations in Goldsboro. This first approach is really going to address all the needs and eligible expenses that this particular legislation accounts for. There will be a higher administrative burden with targeting 5 different organizations, and there's a potential for duplicative efforts. The second course of action also splits funding between 5 organizations, but really targets more feasibility and what will be easiest to conduct and achieve. This particular funding allocation offers opportunities to several organizations, as the first does, and it covers all of the eligible expenses. A con is that there is a smaller amount of funding allocated to each of those particular organizations and programs, so there may be less actual impact with each of the distributions there. And then the third course of action is only targeting 2 organizations, so that will be a low administrative burden for the city, and there's a higher potential for impact with the selected projects there. The cons are that only a couple of the community needs will be addressed. Not all of the eligible uses will really be targeted there. So quickly to review, each of those 3 ideologies has been worked into a funding allocation, and you can see those recommendations here on this table. So the survey-based needs and gap-based allocation is here on the farthest left side. The feasibility course of action is here in the middle, and then on the right we have that proven success course of action, which really just splits the funding between 2 different agencies, the 4-day movement and wages. So we have a risk scale here that shows basically the lowest level of risk is course of action 3, the highest being course of action 1. But again, as I mentioned, course of action 1 and 2 will address what we view to be all of the eligible expenses and highest priority needs within the community. So with that, I would like to offer the floor to any questions that folks have before we get into the public hearing section. And if there aren't any questions, I think that we should be ready to go ahead and get into the public hearing, public input part of this session.
So does council have any questions of the gentleman presenting the review of? If not, we'll move into the public hearing then. So as I said before, we set this public hearing so we get public comment into what we're trying to establish here, which is the allocation of funds and how they might be allocated, etc. We've had meetings that the council undertook to get to this point. We've had presentations by agencies and/or individuals who come forward to speak to us about how they might be able to utilize the funds. And so before we move forward, we wanted to have public input, so that's what we're doing here tonight. So I would invite anyone that wants to come forward, do so at this time. Let's keep this orderly. We'll have a 10-minute clock up there. Please view the clock and end your presentation accordingly. So this time I invite the first person that wants to come and speak. Okay, sir. So if you'll give us your name, please.
Yes, sir. Mayor, City Council, City Manager. My name is Edward Davis. I'm the Area General Manager for the Hampton Inn.
Okay, sorry. I was trying to wait for the timer to start.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're fine.
Oh.
Can you reset it, please? Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry.
Hey, my name is Edward Davis. I'm the Area General Manager for I run the Hampton Inn and the Best West here in Goldsboro. I've been in your great city for almost 6 years. And I just want to talk about the homeless issue here in your city. It's a lot on my hotels. We had one OD at my hotel. Thanks to the Goldsboro Police Department, did a great job. I think is Captain Rabin and Sergeant Kennedy, the African American captain, they was there for me. But the homeless need somewhere to go. And the reason why I say this, we had OD at my property. They come on my hotel. They stay in my lobby. They stay in my bathrooms. I have to be in my staff. Crystal, she's back there. We have to be on homeless patrol at all times. I mean, you know, we have people paying like $150 to $200 a night at both of my hotels, but then they go into the parking lot. Homeless people be asking for money. If you at the Best Western, we have the furniture fair back there. I did talk to, I think he's the mayor of Mount Olive. He works for you all. I don't know his position.
Plan director.
Yeah, the plan director, good guy. He came and him and I talked. I can't do nothing. I want to put a fence or cut those trees down. Can't do that. But if you walk back there, you see needles, you see alcohol. They have sex back there. They have everything back there. And my stairwells, they go in my stairwells. They sleep up there. The other, about 2 months ago, it was an incident at Walmart. Homeless guy, Goldsboro, and the Wayne County Sheriff Department ran him, chased him to my hotel. He got lost in my hotel. So I had to shut down my staff, so we had to go and search for this guy. The Captain Kennedy, great guy. He came out there and we found him, was it 207, Crystal? We found him in room 207. I have pictures. He had enough time to shoot up. And we asked why he didn't have nowhere to go or anything like that. And then, you know, at night, they sleep behind my ice machines. And about like 9 o'clock in the morning, my Zeckler house people was walking. They jumped out at her and everything. It's a big issue. We do serve free breakfast. They come in like 2 weeks ago. We have an espresso machine. They was bringing in Yeti cups. He was out there selling my coffee and espresso to other home people for like $2. I mean, it's really an issue. You know, we have to make sure that our cigarette butts is picked up. We just have to make sure I'm doing more time of controlling that than I am running my business. My hotels we sell, and I know my other friends that the Town Place Inn, Tim, I know she having the same issues right there. The other hotels having issues. It's a major, major problem here. And, you know, I talked to my senior vice president about this. Her and I was on the phone a few minutes ago. She told me make sure I come here and everything. We need help. I'm being honest. We need help in order for us to keep on, you know, bringing the kind of people and the clients to the hotel and everything. We need help. I think my hotel have it worse. I just talked to my CEO, and I'm about to try to put a fence in the back of my hotel to try to curb that. But I talked to Furniture Fair, not trying to throw him on the bus, but he just said it's outside his building, nothing to do. I think I took Mr. Simmons the other day, right, Mr. Simmons? Him and I walked back there about last week. He saw all the needles out there. He saw all that. Captain Rabin, she walked back there, and she told me, she said, her and Canada, they said when they hear, they'll send an officer around there and everything, and they do that and everything. But we can't have the police department of Goldsboro just do that part right there. This is about 35 to 40,000 people. So we just can't have them right there and everything. Across the railroad track, I have them come over on this side right there. And I'm trying to say, it's getting out of control. I don't mean to sound like a broken wheel. I'm not trying to, you know, say anything, but it's just, we need help. That's what I'm trying to say. So anything you can do to help fund them or whatever, it would be great. I have compassion for them. We was putting out water and everything for them to give it. We can't do that anymore because when you do that, it just revolving door. So that's just what I want to say. And I just yield back the remainder of my time. Thank you for listening to me and everything, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming. Thank you.
Oh, any questions?
No, I'm sorry. Does anyone have any questions? Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Wait. Can you tell me what time of the day this is happening? Is it in the morning, in the afternoon? Is it?
The most time this stuff happen is in the daytime, about 11 to about 3 o'clock when they most active, because they be like at the Sheets and at the Walmart, like panhandling. But at night when it's cold outside, that's when they infiltrate my hotel. I had to lock out all my doors, but when the guests come inside, the guest is not going to ask the people, are you a guest or not? So they come in right there. If you come to my hotel, we have a penthouse. That's a 6th floor and everything. And they be sleeping up there and everything. And thanks to Brandon Jones with the Wayne County Sheriff's Department, you know, we have a contract with them on Friday and Saturday. They keep monitor that right there. We have to have security. I now pay them security on the weekends because it's very vigilant at night. And I have a lot of females at my hotel working at night and everything, but it's happening all through the day, really, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, guys.
Next. Does anyone else wish to speak? Sir. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Mayor, council. I'm Anthony Goodson, the CEO of the Housing Authority of the City of Goldsboro.
Wait for the timer. Give it just
Oh,
a
okay.
second.
Just reset the clock for you.
Sorry.
Okay.
Okay, there you go, Anthony. There you go.
All right.
Thank you.
On behalf of our chair, Ms. Whitfield, board members, Ms. Carmichael, Ms. Archibald, I come to you from the Housing Authority just to talk to you a little bit about the funding that you have available. We know this is an important issue for our city, the homelessness. Our agency serves the homeless population already through multiple capacities. Through the VASH program, which is Veterans Affairs Supportive Housing, through the Mainstream program, which is people with disabilities, and also through public housing and Section 8 having a homeless preference. We also partner with other agencies such as Wages to do a early Head Start program. And that program is situated at Fairview Homes, a potential location for maybe a homeless camp to move across the street from it. In our agency, we pride ourselves on keeping our residents safe and out of harm, as well as our children that we have at that daycare. And we do not support that ideal. But what we do support is helping the children and families. We know that the impact of experiencing homeless for children, there's 4 major issues that children face when they're homeless. They experience separation of families. They experience more school mobility, repeat a grade. They're expelled or dropped out of school. They have lower academic performance. They have higher levels of emotional and behavior problems, and they increase a risk of serious health problems. And those things that we would like to address. We're available for those funds if the funds are allocated. We will work with any agency that's here that's already been allotted for these funds or are on that list for funds. So just put our name in the queue. We will hopefully come up with a solution that supports the vision of the city of Goldsboro. Thank you.
Anyone have any questions?
Thank
Mr.
you.
Anthony? Mr. Goodson?
Thank you for all you do.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Anthony.
Do we have someone else to speak? Yes, sir. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. My name is Pastor DJ Coles. I'm happy to be a resident of Goldsboro, North Carolina. My number is 919-444-2140. I come before you with a humble heart because I am really perplexed, and I can definitely relate with the challenges that we are having here in our city when it comes to those that are experiencing homelessness. I'm very thankful that we have been able to do a presentation before City Council and before you, Mayor, and before our community. And today I would like to be a little bit more vivid in a possible major option for our city. These funds that are before us, I believe that they have to be used for what is called a wicked problem. And it's not a problem that is just in our city and in our county. It is one that is plaguing us in our nation right now. But we have definitely seen it increase over the last 3 years here in Goldsboro, North Carolina. I would like to say that our nonprofit comes before you humbly, and we have been addressing homelessness one person by one person. There's one in particular that we picked off the ground in front of Bojangles the other day, and that person now has been housed. That person has been rehabilitated, and that person hopefully will be moving into his housing within the next 3 days. So what we have found is that a deep dive into the life of these people is very, very critical. We also have identified a location here in Wayne County, Goldsboro, North Carolina, which is a 62-unit facility, which we believe can house and can help rehabilitate some of these homeless. We do realize with a very humble heart that we will not be able to reach all of them, but we do believe that this facility will give them an opportunity. We also believe that it is going to take a wraparound effort. So that means that it will take not only us here from this politician level, but it's going to take law enforcement, it's going to take medical, it's going to take mental health, it's going to take drug addiction help, it's going to take CALM locally, it's going to take our community to help rehabilitate these members who are struggling. Now, I would like to give you a picture of what the homelessness does look like, because it's not only people that are holding signs on a corner. Homelessness is, there are some single moms and children that even right now, our caseload is so heavy, we cannot extract from their cars. We got a phone call today to extract someone from Herman Park, which we are working on that case right now. And we have housed some of our homeless veterans in the local county and city area. The concept that we have been praying about and looked for, and for those that are in the Wayne County, Goldsboro area, it is centralized and it is located in between both areas of homelessness, at least within the Goldsboro city area. The Woodard Care Facility, we believe, will be a very, very large answer to some of our homelessness issues here in Wayne County. Now, we know that this facility does have a cost. So the one thing about a large amount of dollars is that it will secure a facility and then we will go and pursue grants and donors, which we have already been very aggressive in doing, so we can not only secure the facility, but we can also finance the facility, and then we can bring in the proper employees that will be needed to help work with our homeless population. It would take everything from case management, it would take outreach folks who can go out on the streets and meet some of these folks, and it most certainly is going to take law enforcement. From a very centralized and local experience, I've brought our youth ministry from my church out to pick up the trash and the noodles and the clothes and the baskets all over Wayne County. We've made concerted efforts to do it. But we've also deep dived with some of these clients, and we have really wanted to get to the bottom of why they are really homeless, and why are you really holding this sign, and why are you threatening people, and why are you infiltrating into residences and into commerce areas. And once we get to the root of why they are doing this, we have had much success in getting them attached to the right resource. I would also like to say that we have gone and we have visited 3 different shelters in different counties. The last one that we just came from is called Healing Transitions in Wake County. We went and spent about 7 hours there looking at how they do their protocols, how they do their policies, how they do their procedures. And the one thing I would like to say to our community is that if there are people that want to hand up, then we're definitely going to help them have a chance. If they want to hand out, then we're going to need help from law enforcement and rehabs and addiction specialists so we can get them to their proper services. The one other thing that I want to say is that the model is not perfect. Only Jesus is perfect. But we will work to make sure that we can modify it and make it palatable for our community to be able to shelter folks in 3 different areas of this facility. The facility will house single-parent families in one wing in a very secure way. Then it will house single males and veterans in a certain way. And then it will house those that are in having addiction issues for 24 to 72 hours before we can work to get them to rehab or an addiction specialists. I would also like to mention the counterparts that we work with that are wonderful, wonderful resources in our community. So if there are folks who don't qualify to live within this facility, and that means that if we identify someone that has a very violent history or that has a sexual predator history, they will not be able to be in this facility. But we will have facilities that will be available to them in some area in Wayne County or somewhere else. One other thing I'd like to mention to you, community, is that some of the homeless that are in our city are not from our city. So when we deep dive and we get to meet them, we have actually, there was a couple over on Wayne Memorial side recently. After an interview with them, we found out that they were from Columbia, South Carolina, and Salisbury, North Carolina, respectively, and they're going back home very soon. So a lot of the homelessness in our area, they're people that aren't even from this area. But we're going to do our best to identify them one by one, deep dive into their lives, and I am thankful that when we are done with all of this, there will be a vote to allow a large amount of these dollars to go toward the purchase of the portal, which is the former Woodard Care Facility on Royal and Wayne Memorial Drive, so we can shelter them from the cold, and so we can rehabilitate them from the top of their head to the soles of their feet. So 4-Day Movement will do it. We know we can't do it alone. We've met with every single organization in this county about it in some way, fashion, or form. There may be a couple that we have not, but we have met with many of them, and we'll continue to do it because it's not about 4-Day Movement. It's about our community doing it together. And the portal, I really believe, is the right option for us as a city and a county. So thank you very much for the last few minutes. And are there any questions?
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for all you do always, but we all know what the proposed allotment is for 4-Day Movement. How
Yes.
close would that get you to securing the building? And then can you also share ways that people can donate and get involved with financially supporting your efforts to do that?
Thank you for saying that. So as of right now, we have a financial institution that is working with us, that if we can come up with the 20% down, which we have a number on that, then we will be able to finance the rest of the facility on a 5-year plan, and then we would be able to finance that on a 30-year amortization. So that would be the most economical way for us to do it so we don't tie up all the dollars in a building. The second thing is we have some donors that we have met with that have I would just say unofficially agreed to give some support. And if any of the community is interested in supporting these efforts, you can go to our website, which is at www.4daymovement.org. We have a donor page there, and we will be hosting a dinner on December the 1st here in Goldsboro, North Carolina. It will be at 7 o'clock at Walnut Creek, and if you will message us online, I will get you an invitation. It's dinner by donation. And then I just got, about 2 hours ago, the go-ahead to host a dinner in Mount Olive, North Carolina, on December the 5th at Highway 55 headquarters. They're going to host us so we can present the portal to them and also be raising dollars for that as well. Thank you for your question. I hope I answered it well.
Anyone else have a question for Mr. Coles?
I want to thank you as well, but my main concern, and I'm listening to you, and I listened to your presentation when you came up last week sometime or last month. My concern was the individuals, the males and the females that are addicted. My concern was them being in that Woodard home. I mean, I think it's great, the whole setup. I mean, you can't, it's good. But I was concerned about the ones that was addicted to, as well as the child abuse individuals, unhoused. I like to call them unhoused, not homeless. Those were my major concerns. And
I would love to address that. So in the facility, there is an Alzheimer's unit that was there. So we have been able to go in and test the lockdown effect on it. Mm-hmm. And so these persons, we are not experts when it comes to addiction 4-day movement. We've learned about a lot of them. However, we have been conferring with experts that would work with us, and at that point we would contract out the teams to come in. And I made the statement early, anybody that is addicted or dealing with a drug dependence, they have 24 to 72 hours, and then we're working to get them to a rehab or a detox. And we have gone out and we've been able to identify those in the local area, and Healing Transitions is right there in Wake County, and they're willing to work with us as well. So a lockdown would definitely take place in that particular area, and they would be isolated.
Okay. Any other questions, Mr.
TJ, thank you for what you do.
Thank you, sir.
Coles? All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr.
great
Coles.
job.
Thank you, community.
Okay, do we have someone else to speak? Do we have anyone else to speak? Up. Ms. Archibald.
We know who she is.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Why don't you give us your name?
I would love to. Am I good to go with the time? Thank you. I'm Sherry Archibald. I'm the director of the United Way of Wayne County. We are at 2803 Casual Drive. And I'm just here to speak on behalf of 4-Day and just the compassionate work that I have seen them do over the last 9 years. In particular, the last 3.5 years in my time at United Way, they have been the organization that has been available whenever we have had the strong need for homeless to be able to find a resource to be able to adjust and move into the direction to provide those needs. Especially through COVID, the last 2 years, 2.5 years, natural disasters, COVID, extreme weather, temperatures. United Way has worked very closely with emergency management through the county, and so whenever there's been a need, the county has contacted us, and so our resource and our first attempt has always been through 4-Day. It's always been, we will get right on it, and they do. They just make sure to provide those wraparound services, so it's not just here's a place to stay tonight. It's here's a place for us to shelter you until we can work through getting you into the place that you need to be. And so at United Way, it's definitely something that we value. Our board is working very closely with them to see how we can assist them in any way. And so just wanted to speak on behalf of the work that we've seen them do and say how much we appreciate the help that they give to our community. Any questions for us?
Anyone have any questions for Ms. Archibald?
Thank you, Sherry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. Anyone else that wishes to speak? Yes, ma'am. Hold on a second. You will not see the clock, but our clerk will give you the start time and tell you when you're about 1 minute before your time is up. So if you'll just introduce yourself and then go ahead.
Sure. Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jennifer Weir. If you do know me in Goldsboro, you might know me as a musician. I also have a history in working with the homeless. I have a master's in conflict displacement and human security. I've worked in London with asylum seekers who had survived human trafficking and human torture, and most recently I worked in Sacramento, California with young adults facing homelessness. I'm representing a group of individuals, most with a background in mental health, that would like to speak to you about the complexities of this problem that we're facing. I think we all know there's nothing simple about this, and my hope is that Goldsboro will choose to expand and strengthen the ways we're woven together to hold the complexities of the individuals that need our help. I believe in a coordinated collective effort to move forward. I believe this is possible by strengthening the successes that we have, coordinating our successes so they might blossom into the fullness of what they could be, but also to know and acknowledge that there are gaps and insufficiencies, and to compare those with strategies that have brought community successes. I'd like to fill our gaps, and I use the word gaps with no criticism towards those that are in the fields that are waking up tomorrow to work towards those gaps. I just use it because I believe we do have things that we can work towards. And people would not be sleeping in cars and outside in tents today if we did not have something that could be improved. So the overall objective of what I'm sharing is that I'd like to bring together current providers of support for the homeless and local stakeholders to collectively determine a citywide cohesive strategy to mitigate homelessness in our community. The goals to accomplish this task would be to assemble an advisory board of local professionals committed to decision-making, oversight, and research, to appoint a program director to help lead us in this, and then to assess successful strategies, to establish what our pre-existing strengths are, our gaps in accessible resources, and then to design a plan to parallel Goldsboro's response to best practice. I believe this plan will provide consistent communication and accountability among the stakeholders and participants. To go into this, we have the advisory board, which would be represented by current organizations addressing homelessness, in addition to mental health professionals, community leaders, such as yourself, citizens, interested stakeholders across the board. They could together coordinate efforts into a cohesive, effective roadmap to mitigate homelessness. They could conduct studies to determine the existing gaps. They would conduct the research, and they would appoint the program director. The program director would be the leader behind this all, firstly because this has worked for other communities. It would allow us to have one point person designated to hold a comprehensive understanding of all our programs, of all the programs statewide and nationwide that are working, to know what the state and federal government could support us with, so we're not doubling that at all. And then to be a person within the community that they know they can reach out to if a church has someone they want to help. We have a go-to person that really knows our program. And to speak a bit about the researching that I think would be helpful before we make a choice, I believe we could conduct surveys directly with the people experiencing homelessness, directly with providers of homelessness that know what's going on, and also medical providers, counselors, things like that, and then develop the programs that we have. We should be funding our organizations, but they know the tiny leap that they need to take that we can help them with to make their programs more successful, and then create new sources to fill our gaps as needed. I also believe our research should include looking at more and more programs that have worked successfully in other communities before we make a decision. Determine successful models that balance if we want to spend for preventative work or just reactionary work. Those families that have someone sleeping on a couch and they just lost a job, how can we help them from more trauma in their life by putting them on the streets? Again, I believe this to be a very complex problem, and expanding our response is the answer. These are just some of the causes behind homelessness, and some of the reasons behind the reasons we hear, like aging out of foster care. There's a reason that some people age out successfully. But there's so many questions to ask. Why are you experiencing this, and why are you still experiencing homelessness? What mental health support do you need, and what are you accessing? Do you get to choose your therapist like we all get to? You're going to tell the worst days of your life to this person, and did you get one option and 5 sessions, and that's all that's paid for? Do you connect with your housing providers? If we have limited amount of providers and you get kicked out of a program, or it's too strict for you, or it's not strict enough for you to feel secure there, that's a problem, and we could solve that. So my question is, what are we doing to continue to hold these people in support? My closing recommendations, again, to strengthen our successes, bringing together professionals to work collectively in planning a strategy, and for accountability in living out that strategy, to know our gaps before we make our choice, and to fill in our gaps to form a holistic, comprehensive, diverse model of care for people experiencing homelessness. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Does anyone have any question of Ms. Weir?
I have a question. Is this something that you're thinking to, I must have missed it and I apologize. Is this something that you're thinking to implement, or is Collective Way already established?
Collective Way is not already established.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. So,
We would be looking for people to form that advisory board.
Okay.
Yeah.
you don't have a program, but what you're doing is proposing the way to develop the program. Is that correct?
Correct, yeah, and develop what's already established.
Yeah.
On the back of that handout, I included just some statistics from Greenville, North Carolina. In 10 years, they've reduced homelessness by 88%, and I think they just have, if you don't listen to me, they have good ideas. So,
Thank you.
yeah,
Okay.
thank you so much.
Thank you.
I have a question for Mr. DJ Coles. Can I just ask him that
Sure.
question?
Mr. Coles, DJ.
I'm aware that a lot of the unhoused are not from here. I met some from Washington and Pennsylvania. And how would you handle those when you come to, I mean, the ones that are going back to South Carolina, but how would you handle those that are not from here and still in our city?
Our president has been to house them short. I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry, I meant to ask this, but
Thank you for the question. Our present mode has been to do an intake on them, find out who they are. We have housed them for a couple of days until we can buy the bus ticket ourselves. We've bought the bus ticket with 4-day movement funds,
Okay.
and we've sent them back home.
Okay.
And a lot of times we've even called their families to let them know they're coming.
okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Yes, ma'am. Good evening, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
For allowing me to speak again. My name is Janice Johnson, and I live at 300 Tanya Drive. My telephone number is 919-738-1716. And I'm here to talk to you about the New Hope Community Center concept. We primarily focus on veterans. And so I know that everybody's talked about different areas, and so we have pretty much a target program. And so we may not be as broad as all the other programs, but we are direct and we're focused and we're solid. So with New Hope Community Center, we try to do what we call rapid housing. We try to get our residents, our veterans housing as soon as possible. Now they don't necessarily come right off the street. They're referred to us by the Veterans Administration, so they've already been vetted. They are ready. They are ready to be housed, and so that takes a lot of responsibility off of us. You know, just going and seeing who is a veteran and who needs to be housed. So they're referred directly to us. And then when they walk into our facility, they have everything that they need in order to be comfortable. It's completely housed. So we try to do what we call emergency housing for them until they can be stabilized and then move on to permanent housing. We talked to you a couple of weeks ago about the tiny houses, and that's basically what the tiny house concept is. We would allow those individuals to reside in those units for like 6 months in order to give the VA case managers an opportunity to get them stabilized, get all of their paperwork done, and then move them into more permanent housing. Our goal is to actually go into the city and rehab units, revitalize our area, and use these units for our homeless veterans. You know, I see that we can, it's a threefold thing. You revitalize your community, you help veterans, and you're growing your program. And so that is basically what we hope to do, is to move them from what we consider a crisis situation to a stable area, do permanent housing, and we plan to implement a rent-to-own component in our rental plan. So that, because the ultimate goal is that we want our individuals to own homes. We don't want it to be, you know, a continuous cycle that you rent forever. So I have some individuals with me here today who've actually benefited from the services that we've already provided. And if you would allow me to have them to come and just say a word, I know I have my time, they will be able to do it within the time constraints. So if you would, Jobette and Daniel. We have single family units within the city, and
Please speak into the microphone.
okay. So you know what you can say.
Hello, my name is JoBeth Robertson, and I live at 1112 4th Street in Goldsboro. And I'm a disabled veteran, and I'm pleased with the collaboration that New Hope has brought to the table by partnering with the VA and the community agencies such as the Elk Lodge in order to support the total needs of my family. There was a time where I was in a place where I needed somewhere else to live. I was in a bad place. And I sought out the HUD-VASH program, and they brought me to Ms. Janice, who housed me and my husband and my 2-year-old daughter. And they really kind of saved us. We've lived here for 2 years, and the next step is to own a home of our own when we are able to. My husband and I, we went and we saw the houses that they have, and they literally have everything. They have the kitchen and the bedroom and the bathroom, and this is everything that you could need to get off the street and try to rehabilitate yourself if you're really serious about it and you want to.
Oh, sir.
How y'all doing? My name is Andre Williamson. I'm a disabled veteran. I live at 1101A Olivia Lane, and pretty much everything she said came fully furnished and all that. We need to help these disabled veterans get off the streets. It'd be cold at night. I can't even read it 'cause I can't even really see it. These glasses don't work. But I'm just echoing what she said. It's pretty much the same thing. Okay.
Thank you.
We have proposed to put the tiny houses on Virginia Street, and so we've been talking to neighbors in the community, and I would like for Mr. Artist just to come and just say, a couple of words about inviting us into that community, because we want that community to be supportive of the activities that we're going to provide. Mr. Artist.
evening, sir.
Council.
Good afternoon.
I'm here to speak on, behalf of the tiny house project or proposal. I live at 902 North Virginia Street. There's 2 vacant lots, one at 900 Virginia Street and one at 901 Virginia Street. 900 Virginia Street lot is connected to mine. I'm a veteran, and I want to see these people get a fair shake, get a start. I want them to be able to have a place that they can come, even in my neighborhood. These vacant lots, I prefer these veterans to be on this lot as opposed to these lots just being open, paper blowing everywhere, cars sometimes parked on, the property next to me. I don't know who they are. So this is a good thing that she is doing, I believe. And I would do anything in my power to help veterans or any homeless person, especially veterans, because I'm one. And I do not want to see these people out here in this cold. And when you got people like this lady that's out here trying to help these people, I'm going to do all I can to assist her and to assist these people. I love people. I don't want to see anybody hungry, cold, sick. And I've been through this, so I know I've been sick and I've been hungry and I have been cold. So, but I'm going to do everything I can to assist her, to assist these people, and I pray that y'all will help us out.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
In closing, Council, I just wanted to say that we do have a very comprehensive plan, and so we work very closely with the VA. And when they bring in a homeless person, we try to get them housed as fast as possible so that we can get them stabilized and then move them on to the next level. And so we do see a program that is sustainable. It's not something that's gonna, stay at one point forever, but we see that we can have these individuals to exit out and be, contributing citizens to society, homeowners. So I thank you for your time, and I thank you for your support.
And thank you
ma'am.
for your
Any
service.
questions, before she sits down? All right, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Do we have anyone else wish to speak? Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Good evening. I am Thomas Rice. I'm the Executive Director of MLFL, Miracles Love for Lives, and we are in the process of building what we call the Restoration of Hope Village for the homeless veterans and the homeless people here in Goldsboro and Wayne County. I understand as well as anybody, we have a big homeless problem, yes. And there's a lot of things that's gonna have to be done to try to get it corrected. And that's why with the Restoration of Hope Village, we have a plan to work with each individual person and find out what that person wants to do, because the basic line to getting them changed is to get the understanding from them what they want to do as a human, where they want to go in life. And then we'll work with them on that to help them achieve that goal about mental health status, drug addiction, if it's a medical thing that we need to adjust them, help them adjust it. But the main thing that I look at about them is that even though they're going through these things, they are still human. They are human beings. And we need to work with them to let them know and understand that, yes, we really care and we want to help you, but you got to help yourself. So that's our concept, is to work with each one individually and help them, and work with the other organizations here to do this. As me and Mr. Cole was together the other day and talking about some things and everything and working with some people and, you know, but it's all about befriending them and letting them know that we're for real. We want to help you, but you got to let us help you, and you got to work with yourself. Because I had a lot of them that tell me that there's no opportunity, don't nobody want to do nothing for, and you know. But like I also tell them, we're gonna give you the opportunity to better yourself, but you got to do it. Because I don't care, I can beat my head against the wall and do all kinds of things, but unless that individual wants to take heed and do it, then I'm fighting a losing battle. But so far, I think I have a pretty good rapport with them, because I can talk to them and they sort of listen to me. I give them things to do so they can work and put money in their pocket, and they'll have something to buy them something to eat, or get them some cigarettes, or get a meal. And I think one of the main things that is really helpful to them is I listen to them. I listen to them about their problems. So with the restoration of Hope Village, we're going to build these tiny houses to offer them their livable independence, where they'll be there for themselves. Then they'll know and realize, well, you know, I'm in this house here, I got to do that. I got to do this, because in order to get myself together, I got to start doing prosperous things to achieve in my life, so I can become successful or advance and achieve the goals that the others have and everything. So basically that's how we is, and with this funding and everything, that will give us a good upper hand to go ahead and get this, kind of remember this problem some more and get it so they won't be hanging out in the hotels and doing stuff, and we can teach them to do more better and constructive things and give them that opportunity to do it. And some of this, would you like to add to that?
Great. My name is David Simmons. As you guys know, I'm an advocate for supporting the homeless in this particular area here. Respecting the criteria of this particular ARP funding. Realize the fact, councilmen, that we are developing a program that targets directly those criteria. We're not basically developing a concept for Alzheimer's or anything outside of that particular criteria. We are going to be focusing on the immediate needs of the homeless, be it the single individuals or the families of the sort, be it, trafficking issues, be it, other criteria associated with this particular program here. We are going to be developing this Restoration of Hope Village as a non-congregated living quarters that basically enables what we call strengthening of individual development for the restoration of these people's lives. I think that's very important. That basically sets us apart from some of these other programs, which is all great. I think it is, and I think we're all going to be able to work in collaboration. We had a meeting with the Wages CEO just the other day, and we're definitely going to be embracing that particular, again, collaborative partnership in which we're going to be having with her. We've basically studied the models of a similar operation throughout the nation, and we definitely plan to capitalize on those particular model, there again, elements that will be applicable to our community here. We've had an opportunity to basically have outreach opportunities with the restaurant owner, Mr. Edwards, that came forward here before. We also feel that the Restoration of Hope Village is going to basically help relieve some of that impact area that we are having to deal with now, which is over there on Royal Avenue. We're going to be drawing those people out of that particular area. One may say it may be diluting it to somewhat, but we're going to draw them out of there. And we're going to basically give them an opportunity to basically be able to fully enjoy those wraparound programs of the sort, be able to strategically align ourselves to support Seymour Johnson Air Force Base with the additional workforce needs that's out there, as well as several other programs that we're going to be actually putting in place to bring about the economical as well as, there again, just really restoration of these people at large. I can go on and on, folks, but bear in mind that we are truly focused on the criterias of this particular funding program, and we're targeting to meet those objectives to the hilt. Thank you. Any questions?
Questions?
I kind of want to ask you guys, thank you for what you do. Very similar to what I asked 4-Day Movement. With the money that is being proposed in the allotment for you guys, how close does that get us to building and housing with that allotment that is currently on the table?
Respecting the fact that we are going to be building the restoration of Hope Village in phases. And bear in mind, all of that money is not going to be used towards the actual, what we call development of the village. It's going to be supporting the programs that's ongoing now. But to let you know, that will enable us to take care of a substantial part of phase 1 of that particular project. What that equates to? Approximately 8 to 10 units being placed out there. Respecting the already funding that we have in place, already there again, support system that we already have in place also.
Any other questions?
I would like to see your strategic plan in how you're going to bring the individuals in, how they're going to be screened. Have you presented that plan yet? How they're going to be screened?
We can give you a very comprehensive, there again, vetting, there again, screening process that we plan to go through. As y'all know, Bishop Slater basically alluded to that in our previous conversation. But yes, there is going to be quite a bit of vetting that's going to be required for that given area, because we're right across the road from a low-income housing project there that has children's and all in place. There's going to be certain limitations that we've got to put in place and adhere to. But yes, we would be more than glad to put together that comprehensive plan for you.
Any other questions? Thank you, gentlemen. Anyone else wishing to speak, please come forward. Oh.
Mayor and City Council, thank you for having us to speak tonight. I'm here to just emphasize some things that Jennifer Weir made.
Sorry,
And
give us your name, please.
Oh, John Strickland, I'm sorry. My time started. Just to kind of re-emphasize some things. We started looking at this when we heard what was available from the HUD money, what we thought should be done here. And we too, as some have mentioned, started visiting. We visited several shelters, including one that has a $650,000 budget and is almost at a break even. That's real important. This homeless problem is a large problem. It's not a big problem. It's a large problem. We visited Wilmington, and then we looked at Greenville, and we looked at Greenville, South Carolina. Greenville, North Carolina has had really good success since 2008. They started out with 112 homeless, and in 2020 they have 138. So it doesn't go away. It's probably never going to go away. But basically, we need something that we can have a comprehensive plan here. And some have mentioned it, but we need a comprehensive plan that before the city spends this money on something that you can't get back, I will say tonight, I believe you can do this program and you can have your $900,000 back in 10 years and not be having to fund different projects every year because it's going to get more expensive. Mental health has changed. That's why we let Jennifer speak. It's changed a great deal. She got some knowledge from California and the West Coast and throughout the U.S., and it's been really good for us to talk about it. There are some solutions out here that have not been brought forward, What we need is everybody to get together and let's take about 6 months and figure out how to spend this money. She did mention this 10-year plan. I have some connections in Wilmington and Greenville if anybody wants to get down there. They've both got good plans. Any questions?
One other question. Thank you, Joe.
I don't have a question, but
Sure.
I think, don't we have a deadline as far as allocating this money? Or do we? Is that, okay, we don't.
Anyone else
Is
wish to
Jeff,
speak?
is Jeff still out there on the net?
I thought he said December 5th, that's why.
I think that's his timeline for us, not necessarily the,
Okay.
his deadline, I think.
Gotcha.
I think
We,
so.
we have a deadline for spending the money, but not
Right.
allocating it.
Gotcha.
I understand that the group's saying y'all going.
Come on up, sir.
Oh, I understand Edward Davis again. I understand that group said they have a deadline. I'm sorry, a screening process. What y'all gonna do with the people who don't fit into the screening process? Are they gonna be left out in the cold? Are those people with the screening process are the criminals? And are we gonna just leave them out by the Target into the homeless camp over there or behind the PPG right there? I mean, just saying, because I hear we talking about veterans. I support the veterans. I support everybody. But I'm saying, what about the people who don't make the screening? What are we going to do for those people? Those the people right there that comes to my business right there. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, see, when I say screening, I don't mean that anyone's going to be left out.
Okay.
When I'm talking about screening, I'm talking about where to put them.
Okay.
What area to put them. If this is a single female that is an addict, or if this is a single male that is an addict, or if this is a single female that has children, or when to screen them to see exactly where they go, not to leave anyone behind. Now that is my definition. I should have defined screening, but that's the definition of my screening. Okay.
I understand, but I was just thank you for clarifying that. But I did hear other groups in here saying about screening. I want to know what's their of screening is and everything. Does that mean that you left out or this person left out? Because I know when I say I'm screening someone for something, it's just a yay or nay. Thank you very much, Councilman.
Okay, do we have anyone else to speak? Anyone else to speak? If not, I'm gonna close the public speaking on this issue, and we'll move on to the next. Next item is issue 1322, accessory dwelling.
Mayor, is Jeff Rosenberg, is he still on the line?
Yeah, I'm still available.
Okay.
Did you have anything to say, Jeff, or maybe talk to the timeline of executing this funding?
Yeah, absolutely. So the funds are available through 2030, but it's in the best interest of Goldsboro and any locality that's been allocated funds through Home ARP to spend those funds as soon as possible. As we've heard from all the folks this evening, these are pressing issues that need to be addressed as quickly as possible, and delaying the allocation to the organizations is only going to perpetuate these issues further in the near term. So I think it's prudent to come up with an allocation as quickly as possible, and we've set December 5th as that tentative date where a decision could and should be made.
Anyone have any question of our guest from the consultant? All right, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Have a good night.
Okay. So I'll go back to the next item, issue 1322, accessory dwelling, and our planning representatives want to come and speak to that.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Austin.
if there's anyone here that's going to speak on this issue, you need to be sworn in as well. Is anyone wishing to speak on this issue? Okay. Go ahead, Alvin. You're not on the timer.
Sir.
You're not on the timer.
Just need to get my presentation up.
Yes, sir.
Okay, the first special use permit that council is going to review tonight is SU 1322. This is a request for an accessory dwelling at 523 West New Hope Road. The parcel is 0.9 acres and the property is owned by Kenneth and Dixie Ellis. This property is located in the R16 zoning district with a medium density residential land use designation. What they're requesting specifically is a special use permit to convert what is an existing 24 by 30 accessory structure into an accessory dwelling. They're also proposing to add on a 10 by 22 addition to this structure, which would result in a 24 by 40 structure being utilized as the accessory dwelling. Based off the application, that dwelling is proposed to be utilized by their daughter. As you can see here, this is an aerial image of the property where it sits on West New Hope Road. The existing accessory structure is kind of hard to see here from the shadow, but it's located in the back right portion of the parcel. Again, this is in the R16 district, which was designed for low-density, single-family residential uses to prohibit any commercial use. Here you can see the R16 zoning with R6 zoning adjacent across New Hope Road. Looking at the land use plan, this proposal would not be out of harmony with that designation as it's given based off the existing residential development patterns. Here you can see the land use designation with the majority of it being in that medium density residential, where the proposed accessory structure is located in the medium density residential designation. Whenever this went out for TRC review, for comments, there were not any comments or concerns, and city water and sewer are available to serve the accessory dwelling. And then here you can see the actual concept plan showing where the existing structure is and where that proposed addition will be coming off of it. So just to follow up on everything, this proposal is not going to exceed the 40% livable area of the principal structure, nor will it exceed 1,100 square feet, which is a requirement for it. And there's adequate parking that exists in the driveway to serve this dwelling. If there's any questions that council has for me, I can answer them at this time. If not, any person wishing to speak will speak as part of the public hearing. After you have heard all testimony given, you can enter into deliberation, or you have the option to continue this hearing. If you enter into deliberation, you'll vote on each of the 4 findings to determine if you can issue the special use permit, and you do have the ability to place conditions upon this approval as long as there's evidence in the record to support your condition. So if there's any questions, I can take them at this time.
Any questions of our speaker, Mr. Austin? If not, this is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak, please come forward at this time. Anyone wishing to speak on this issue? I see no one arising, so I will close the public hearing. And now we'll address the motions that have before us. So I'm going to read them 4. And can vote, someone can make the motion afterwards, and we'll vote on it. Is there a motion that the use will not materially endanger the public health or safety? Is there a motion to?
So moved.
Second.
Motion's made and second. Is there any discussion? All in favor, please signify by raising your hand. Motion's carried. There's no opposition. Second one. Is there a motion that the use will not substantially injure the beneficial use of adjoining or abutting property? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion's made and second. Any discussion? If not, all of supporting this, please signify by raising your hand. Motion 3. Is there a motion that the use will be in harmony with existing development and uses within the area in which it is located? That's the motion. Is there a motion to?
So moved.
Second.
Motion's made and second. All in favor, please signify by raising your hand. And motion 4, is there a motion that the use will be in general conformity with the city of Goldsboro's comprehensive land use plan? Is there a motion made for that?
So moved. Second.
Motion made and second. Any discussion? All in favor signify by raising your hand. Okay, motion's carried. Okay, we'll move to the next item. SU 1422 Flyby Auto LLC.
Yes, sir. This is a request to establish a used car sales lot to operate out of what is the existing Warren Supply building located at 4209 US Highway 70 East. The parcel is 1.28 acres. The owner and the applicant is David Edward Warren. It's located in the Airport Business Zoning District with a commercial land use designation. Looking at the aerial image here, you can see where the property sits on Highway 70. The Airport Business Zoning District was established to accommodate highway-oriented retail and commercial uses, which generally will serve the entire city and non-resident traffic in the accident potential zone of Seymour Johnson Air Force Base. This district was specifically intended to allow dispersed low-intensity commercial uses and to provide additional review for uses that have the potential to concentrate people within the APZ. Here you can see there's airport business zoning located on either side of 70. The land use plan recommendation with commercial puts an emphasis on infill development in existing commercial locations. The proposal to establish this used car sales lot would not be inconsistent with this land use designation. Here you can see that commercial land use designation is predominantly throughout the entire area. Whenever this went through the TRC review process, Seymour Johnson indicated that they've identified this property as being compatible based on their floor area ratio of 0.11, which falls under their 0.14 requirement. And there's water and sewer available to serve the property. Here you can see their concept plan where they're showing proposed parking. It's a very small scale proposed used car dealership with only one employee, a very limited amount of cars, hours of operation standard 8 to 5 Monday to Friday, potentially having 8 to 5 on Saturday as well. And of course, this is a concept plan. If this is approved, it'll have to come for formal site plan review before anything can get its occupancy to operate there. As stated earlier, if there's any questions for me, I can take them at this time. If not, if anybody wishes to speak, or if you find it necessary to place any conditions, you can, as long as there's evidence to support it.
Anyone have a question, Mr. Brinkley? Okay, if not, I'll open the item SU 1422 to public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak, please come forward. Anyone wishing to speak? I see no one coming forward, so I'll close the public hearing and I'll begin to speak to the motions. Is there a motion that the use will not materially endanger the public health or safety? I'll stop there. Is the motion that the use will not materially endanger the public health?
So moved.
Motion is made. Is there a second? Motion is second. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, please signify by raising your hand. Okay. Item number 2, motion number 2. Is there a motion that the use will not substantially injure the beneficial use of adjoining or abutting property? That's the motion.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor, please signify by raising your hand. Okay. Motion 3. Is there a motion that the use will be in harmony with existing development and uses within the area in which it is located? That's the motion. Motion.
So moved.
Second. Motion is made and second. Is there any discussion? All in favor signify by raising your hand. Item 4. Is there a motion that the use will be in general conformity with the City of Goldsboro's comprehensive land use plan?
So motion. Second.
Motion made and second. Is there any discussion? If not, please signify, if all in favor, please signify by raising your hand. Okay, the motion is carried. We'll close this issue and move on to SU 1522.
Final special use permit request tonight is for multifamily 3 or more units at 235 Wayne Avenue. This property is .24 acres. And again, this is a proposal for a 3-unit triplex. The owner and applicant is the Calm Properties and Investments, and the site plan was done by B.R. Carnegie. The zoning district is R6, and the land use designation is high-density residential. Here you can see an aerial image of the property where it sits at the corner of Sycamore and Wayne Avenue. The R6 zoning district was designed for both single-family and multifamily uses. Multifamily is required to have 6,000 square feet of land area for your first unit, with an additional 2,000 for any unit to follow that. So a maximum of 3 units would be allowed for this property, and that's what's proposed. As you can see here, R6 zoning is throughout the entire area with O and I-1 in the general vicinity. High-density residential land use plan, this proposal is consistent with that due to it's well below the desired density of 8.5 units per acre. Looking at the land use designation, you can see that high-density residential makes up the entire area surrounding this property. Whenever this went through the TRC review process, one of planning's initial comments was that we wanted to see if they could reorient how the triplex was shown on the plan to have access come off of Sycamore. Due to the shape of this lot, setbacks were unable to be met. It's not falling out of compliance by fronting as shown originally submitted. It was just a request, was unable to be addressed. Engineering had initial concerns with where their utility lines were shown to be located directly under the driveway where vehicles would predominantly be. Since then, they've been relocated, and engineering is now satisfied with their proposed location. And as you can see here, that's how the units are proposed to be arranged with frontage on Wayne Avenue. Just to wrap things up, again, this is a concept plan. If approved, a formal site plan will have to be submitted before any permits can be approved. And as stated earlier, if there's any questions at this time, I can take them. If not, you can move into the public hearing portion.
Anyone have any questions for Mr. Brinkley?
So there was a little echo. So are you saying that this property is not approved to be used? Is that what you're saying, or?
No, this property is able to have a triplex on it with special use permit approval.
Okay, good. Okay. There was a little echo back, but it's me, so I
yes,
just.
ma'am.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, this is a public hearing for SU 1522. Anyone wishing to speak for or against, please come forward. Clerk will swear you in. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Stephanie Isler. We live in 231 Wayne Avenue, which is next to this property Mr. Timmons is speaking about. And we need to know, is he trying to get a little bit more property on our side or what? We need to find out what the line is to see if whatever he needs is not going to be bothering our side of our property. I need to know, you know.
If I understand you want to know where the sort of the property lines is that correct?
Correct.
Mr. Wrinkle, you want to speak to that?
So what, sorry, I couldn't understand you too well. What exactly you want to know where the property line is?
Yes, because we're right next to it. We're in 231. Then I see on the back of this paper, guys, 233 or 235.
Yes, ma'am.
So there's two pieces of property on that one corner?
No, that's one parcel right there. It's kind of hard to see, but so this line here, that's the boundary line of the property. They'll have to develop within the boundary of that property. They're also going to have to meet the setback requirements, so they're not going to be able to encroach onto your property. And they're going to have to stay within the boundary of that shown on your aerial image there. Yes, ma'am, you can keep that.
I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Anyone else wishing to speak, please come forward. If no one else wishes to speak, I'll close the public hearing on this SU 1522. And we'll go through the motions here, figuratively and literally. Start with motion 1. Is there a motion that the use will not materially endanger the public health or safety?
So moved.
Second.
Motion is made and second. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, please signify by raising your hand. Is there a motion that the use will not substantially injure the beneficial use of adjoining or abutting property?
So moved.
Second.
Motion is made and second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by raising your hand. Is there a motion that the use will be in harmony with existing development and uses within the area in which it is located? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay. Motion made and second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by raising your hand. And finally, is there a motion that the use will be in general conformity with the city of Goldsboro's comprehensive land use plan?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
The motion is made and seconded. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by raising your hand. Okay. Motion is carried. At this time, I'll close the public hearing part of this agenda, and I'll open up for public comment period. Anyone wishing to speak, please come forward. You have 3 minutes to speak, and the time will be posted on the screen. Let us get the, come on up, man. Let us set the clock here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Sharita Oates. I'm the Director of Administration for the Housing Authority of the City of Goldsboro. Each year, we put together a basketball team to participate in a basketball tournament that's sponsored by our Regional Housing Association. Within this association, there's 10 states, and we've had the opportunity to take this team to participate in the basketball tournament, and we've been to Kentucky, we've been to Georgia, we've been to Alabama, and we've been to Mississippi thus far. Well, they're ready to come to North Carolina, and so they've asked that the Housing Authority of the City of Goldsboro sponsor next year's basketball tournament. So it'll be a 3-day event. It'll be January 13th through the 15th of 2023. 3-day event. The first day, Friday night, it will be a kickoff to the whole weekend. So it'll be a skills challenge, 3-point shootout, dunk contest. We'll have some local performers there. And then Saturday, we will start the actual tournament play. We'll have a cheer competition, and then we'll also incorporate some educational component to the weekend on that day. And we'll finish up the night with a sneaker ball at the Maxwell Center. And on Sunday, we'll finish up the whole weekend with the championship games played on Sunday. And we'll also have a cheer clinic for the cheerleaders on Sunday afternoon as well. So we just wanted to bring this to your attention, let you know about this wonderful opportunity that we have. Again, this is a huge event. Our association makes up 10 different states associated with the southeast part of the United States. So in the past, we've had about 25 teams participate, and we're hoping to get that and more this year. So if you guys aren't doing anything that weekend, put it on your calendars. If you want to know more information about what we have going on, there's a website on the back of the Save the Date cards. And if you want to participate in any way, we welcome you to come and join us, and just let us know. If you have any questions, feel free to email us, okay? Any questions?
Ms. Oates?
Yes.
By the way, it's nice seeing you again.
Yeah.
And thank you for all the good work you do out of the Housing Authority and support.
Thank you.
Your director there, Mr. Goodson.
Thank you for waiting,
So these are teams that's already formed, is that correct?
So no, a lot of them are just putting together teams. There'll be the stipulations to participate in this particular tournament. They have to live in either public housing, they have to be a Section 8 recipient, or they have to be a member of the Boys and Girls Club. And so a lot of these public housing authorities don't have existing teams already. They just kind of put together teams and participate each year.
Do we have teams already identified for Goldsboro?
So we're working with the Boys and Girls Club currently, and we're also working with Russell Stevens to help us identify some students to participate. So we'll have a cheerleading squad from the Boys and Girls Club as well as basketball teams.
Good.
Yep.
Good. Anyone else have a question?
Nope. All right.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Oates. Anyone else wishing to speak, please come forward. Hold on just a second, ma'am. Let's get the clock working here again.
It's been a long evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Dr. LaShondon Perkins, and I'm speaking as a citizen and also as a small nonprofit organization here in Wayne County. I'm speaking on nonprofit organization funding concerns. Since early on this year, there have been much dialogue going back and forth discussing the NPOs and funding requirements. These are some discussions and dialogues that I really have never seen going back and forth in the past when it comes to requirements and stipulations and thus forth. Now, I am aware that there are more individuals who have applied than in years past, and there are new ones. Those new ones are actually very small businesses. They're small nonprofits, but they have been in business for a few years, and they serve our marginalized, underrepresented populations, underserved, and at-risk populations, and have been doing those for quite a few years. A lot of those individuals are actually paying out of pocket, funding expenses and getting donations from community organizations. My concern is the policy you currently have in place regarding all organizations to have workers' comp insurance. The state of North Carolina only requires workers' comp insurance for 3 or more employees. However, you have the ability to waive it, and you guys did not. Currently, we still have some organizations that have still not received their funding, and I'm asking you to reconsider the NPO workers' compensation waiver decision that was made in order to allow fair and equitable accessibility to at least some of the city grant funding in order for some of these small organizations to be able to provide services and engage in the work that they do within our most at-risk communities, the underserved populations. I'm also asking that you review the current policies in place to ensure the requested requirements don't deter or prevent some of these small organizations in the future who are doing great things in the community to be overlooked or denied funding because they're unable to pay out-of-pocket expenses in order to receive eligible funding that the larger organizations do at this time. Ensuring funding is distributed equitably and the funding is accessible for all interested nonprofits is essential. This can be done by ensuring systemic discrimination is not embedded in the practices or policies that have been developed and implemented by the city so that all organizations have equitable access and opportunity to receive the funding that's available. Does anybody have any questions, comments?
Ma'am, could you leave your suggestions with us? You gave us some suggestions.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
I marked all over my paperwork. I can't email you though.
Okay,
I
please
can.
do.
I sure can.
Okay, thank
and
you.
one of the main suggestions is the last city council meeting. You guys, the council. It was voted to not do the waiver. The rest of the organizations that have not received their funding and require them to have workers' compensation insurance. Some of those, a lot of them, and I can attest to it, and although I didn't apply at this particular time, it's a lot of out-of-pocket expenses that we do utilize and do. And you may not know of a lot of these organizations just because you may not be in the parts or in the areas where this work is, in the circle. However, it's essential that our underserved and underrepresented populations have the services that these organizations provide and that the funding is accessible equitably amongst all the organizations because it weeds out. And it was, some things were asked before on the application and then some that didn't. And I guess with the influx of applications, it was trial and error and some of the requirements the council was asking for. And my suggestion would be next year to make sure to alleviate some of the burdens and the barriers that preventing some of these other small business organizations from getting funded.
Well, if you don't mind, could you email those suggestions? I'd like to read them.
I sure will.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else?
In light of her comments and the ongoing arguments by myself in discussion about this, I am going to make a motion that the board reconsider their decision and actually waive that workers' comp for those organizations who do not have 3 or more employees based on the criteria set forth by the state.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded to waive the workers' comp requirement. Any discussion?
I do have some discussion. The main reason for me asking you guys to reconsider is simply because, and this is not to blame our city staff, it is to say throughout this entire process, certain nonprofits were instructed that they could get this insurance waived. And if nothing else, we want to make true on our word with that. And we have had a history of changing the process throughout this process. And I have asked us from beginning to hold true to what we said in the very beginning. And we really have not done that. And while I understand your concerns, those that express concerns about this workers' comp, I am asking that we waive it and we honor the requirement by the state.
I do have concerns about what we said. And I have concerns about if, let's just say an organization, workman's comp, and someone gets hurt and we waive it, then who pays that bill? Is it on the city?
Yes.
That was
Potentially.
Well, I can say this for myself. I am the only employee. So if I'm not a paid employee. I don't get a salary. Nothing did I get. However, some organizations are not able, you talking about just for the general liability. The cheapest, well, that's $300 a year, almost four. It just depends. That is just for the certificate of insurance, the general liability. You add on workers' compensation, depending which, it can range from $25 a month on to whatever the case may be. And I think from what I read before, it was asked for a $500,000 minimum for workers' comp. So you got to realize, some of the organizations, they're not getting, I've been fortunate enough to get small grants from local organizations that are here and from banks. They have asked nothing with what some of you are asking and requiring of nonprofits. Nothing. It's a barrier. And some of the individuals are going in these these at-risk populations and dealing with the marginalized populations, and others are really not. We may not know what they're doing. You may not even have a clue what I'm doing or who I am. However, check and see. That's the problem with a lot of what goes on in the city. We don't know what our neighbors are doing, so we keep funding the same individuals, and we are not the ones that don't stand they're not going to stand a chance if you don't allow the funding. They're not.
Okay, Councilwoman Matthews, you said that we waived some of the nonprofits. We waived it already.
No, what I'm saying is, the concerns came to me about now the city is requiring this insurance for workers' comp when they have been informed that it could be waived. So I requested correspondence from our city staff to see where they said that or what further they needed, and none of those things were listed. And even in some of those correspondence, it mentioned the opportunity to waive it. So what I'm saying is, and this is not anything against our city staff, they said what they thought, but because that is what we said to these, nonprofits, and it's only a handful of them, and it's those new organizations, the new ones, do not have more than 3. It's just really just them running their organization. So I'm just asking for us to hold true on our word, and I get why the city is trying to protect themselves, but in part of protecting ourselves is also protecting our word and staying true to it. So that's why I'm asking for the reconsideration of the board to allow it to be waived.
Well, I agree with protecting ourselves, but I also think that if we as a council, which I don't know, if we as a council said we would do that, are y'all aware that we said we would do that? Because if we said that we would do that, then that's what we have to do. But we need to protect ourselves.
And on the initial application,
it's a issue. We don't need to say we're going to do something and we don't need to do it. Now, I personally think that, and I don't know about your organization or what you do, but you seem like, you're very passionate about whatever you do, just listening to you. But for me, I feel like that you should have your insurance. But if we said that we were going to waive it, then, that's...
Yes, sir. Let me see if I can clarify. So,
thank you, ma'am.
On January 1st, 2020, the finance director put out a memorandum that required workman's compensation when we were using this process. She also had the specifics laid out that workman's comp required $500,000 for each accident, $500,000 for each employee for each injury by disease, and $500,000 aggregate for injury by the disease. So this has been out there. Maybe Mr. Murphy would like to talk about this. I know he's been dealing with the nonprofits, but if he said it could be waiverable, that doesn't mean it is or council has waived it. And some people may be reading into the fact that council could waiver it, and that's why the question came up to you all, and you decided not to waiver it based off the advice that was given to you. So
what do we do? Did we decide not to waiver, or
you decided not to waiver this requirement, and now Councilwoman Matthews is asking you to change your decision.
Yes, I am.
Mr. Murphy, you have anything to say?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mayor Pro Tem, Council. This is a delicate situation, and I say that because this is the first time we try to expand upon funding smaller organizations. We typically, in the past, have funded structured organizations from a documentation standpoint. During a council meeting, maybe three council meetings ago, you decided that the deal breaker was insurance. However, you didn't clarify what insurance represented. That's where the problem is. I brought that to the attention of the city manager because in our agreement with the nonprofit organizations, we have the requirement, general liability insurance, as well as workers' compensation insurance at the limits of $500,000. So that, for all intents and purposes, that's why he brought that to your attention. It's in our agreement. We said the insurance was going to be a deal breaker. And when he brought it back to your attention, you agreed that we would not waive it. All other requirements based on your comments were subsequently waived other than the insurance per your decision. So that hence your position today. It does present a situation where you said if they have insurance, we'll waive requirements because you didn't identify it. But then because you came back and identified the workers' compensation needing to be there, now that's a mute conversation because you've decided on that. So for all intents and purposes, that's why you're in the situation that you're in now. The attorney, as well as Catherine and Tim, feel a certain way, and that's where we are.
So I'm looking at an email right now that city staff sent to a particular nonprofit, and I want to be clear that the words that we use, I made the suggestion that we open up this nonprofit funding so that the same organizations were not getting the money. Catherine obliged, the board obliged, thank you for that. So it's not necessarily smaller organizations, we're funding new organizations. I want to be clear, I don't want to use the word smaller, I want to just say new. But I'm looking at an email from our city staff to a particular nonprofit who is a newer nonprofit on the list. And they have listed all of the requirements that they need. This list did not include the workers' compensation. They in return asked, is this all that was needed? And I'm looking at the thread and I can provide it to anybody who is interested, to confirm the needs, and it was not listed again. So all I'm saying is I get what you guys are saying now, but we're changing the rules in the middle of the game. And all I'm asking us to do is to make good on our word. That's all I'm asking. We already understand that next year we've got to do a whole new process because we have constantly talked about this nonprofit stuff and we've been changing it. We've been going back. We've been changing. We've been going back. So I'm saying we can't do anything about that now. We're here. We can do that moving forward next year. But I'm just asking the board to say, hey, it could have been that it doesn't matter who misunderstood or what was said and what wasn't. What matters is our staff instructed these nonprofits on what they needed specifically, and this was not included in that. And to go further to say that city staff advised these nonprofits, or some of them, that they could have this waived. That is what was told and instructed to our nonprofits. And I'm not faulting our staff at all. We was filling this thing out, I guess. I don't know. I don't remember any of this last year and the year before and the year before and the year before and the year before. I don't remember any of this contention about this funding for nonprofits. So my motion still stands. I'm asking the board to reconsider their decision to not waive the workers' comp.
Thank you. Okay, any other comments? Yes, sir.
You know, I just came on, and the only reason I voted against that because when he said the liability of this, and again, by me being new, and when he said liability, the city had liability. Is that still the case? Is that still the case?
Yes, they have to have general liability and workers' compensation.
So these, Mr. Batts, Councilman Batts, I want you to be clear though, because that could be a little misleading, his response. These organizations, the certificate of liability insurance is not what I'm questioning. Nonprofits have that, right? What I'm asking them to do is reconsider that stipulation on workers' comp, not the liability insurance. I do agree that needs to be in place, and these organizations have that. My only request is that you reconsider the workers' compensation for those organizations that do not have that 3 or more employees, which the newer organizations that requested funding do not have that. They don't have that number of employees.
You're talking about two different.
It's 2 totally different insurances that I'm talking about.
Okay, so we have a motion before us, and it was second to waive the workers' comp insurance.
I'm still just as confused as I can be, because did we say we were gonna do it or did we not? I'm.
Who's we?
Councilwoman, I think the issue is some of our nonprofits were told that they could waive this workers' comp. It has been an email.
They were told this year when we went through this.
Yes,
that
ma'am.
they could waive it.
Yes, ma'am. Or the possibility was available to them to waive. However we want to play with the words, they were under the assumption that they could waive this workers' comp, because even in the documentation that we provided them, it says that the state doesn't even require it for those organizations that don't have that 3 or more, right? So that's my only issue, is that the city, we said that this is a possibility for you to waive it. Now we're saying there's no possibility for you to waive it. And I just feel like because we don't have our stuff together, we shouldn't penalize these other organizations that were under a different assumption.
Let me make a clarification here, and correct me if I'm wrong. The issue of who waives and who doesn't waive, it's the city that waives, not the applicant. So we have a.
Oh, I understand that it's the city. I'm not confused on that. Only thing, I thought that when these people do not have compensation, then the city pays for it. Am I not correct?
Well, if they're sued, we might be liable. Is that correct?
Yes, right, Ron? That's the issue.
Yeah, we've gone through this a few times before. Under the General Statutes, Chapter 97, that's the Workers' Compensation Act. There's a part of the statute that says if you have a general contractor that has contractors working underneath them to contract their services or other things that does not have workers' comp insurance, that the general contractor can be held responsible. The city would be the general contractor in these circumstances, because technically we're contracting for services with NPOs that the city could otherwise perform or provide its citizens. So you put yourself at risk for covering the claim. That's your choice. If you want to waive it, that's your choice. If you want to waive that requirement, again, that's your choice. My recommendation is I'm not going to sign off on it. I'm going to tell you I recommend against that. Because if there's a potential claim that's there, and you have a person that works for the NPO, maybe including this young lady, that gets in a bad car accident. Maybe she's about the business of doing whatever services it was that the city has helped fund for the NPO. I don't know what she provides, but there's been other services that's been out there. There's been one that provides food, right? There's one that provides food or food boxes, and he goes to different locations in his car. How about if he's in a bad car wreck? If he gets an attorney like me, who does a lot of plaintiff's workers' comp work, I'm going to find a way to run up the chain and find where I can get him some compensation to cover his medical bills, any permanent injury he might have, or any time he's out of work. So the city has that risk. And if you want to place that risk, then you can accept that risk. I'm not going to advise you to accept the risk. I'm going to advise you not to accept the risk. I understand it's expense, and it's expense to the NPOs. If an NPO comes in and says, I have a certification from the Industrial Commission of North Carolina that says I don't have to have it, then you're okay. Has anybody submitted a certification from the Industrial Commission saying they don't have to have it? If they've not submitted that, then the city runs that risk, because you've not gotten that certification from the Industrial Commission. The Industrial Commission oversees all workers' comp cases. They have the judges that's there. Obviously, if it goes up through the commission itself,
It can go to the Court of Appeals for a legal decision later. I will tell you from experience, whether it's a private corporation or private setting itself, I have run it up the list and gotten compensation covered for clients when there's only one person working at the business because the certification wasn't required. They were doing work under a general contractor. The general didn't require it. I was able to have the person compensated under the general contractor's workers' comp insurance. We have many questions that come around that says we're going to sign a piece of paper that says we're an independent contractor. Just signing a piece of paper saying you're an independent contractor is not sufficient either. The court has a test. I can't tell how many parts are to the test, probably at least 8 to 15. And it goes through each part to say, what do you do? Who tells you where to go? Who provides you the tools? Who makes the decisions how to get the job done? There's a whole list of those items. You can claim you're an independent contractor all day long, but if the court finds these criteria are met, guess what? You're an employee. Guess what? That person's on the hook now, whether you signed something or whether you agreed to something, because technically you can't sign away your statutory rights either. So I know that's a lot that I've said, but again, I'm going to reiterate the point. It's your choice. If you choose to waive, then you take the risk. If you're willing to take the risk, then that's your decision.
Mayor Ham, I feel pretty strongly that the risk is a little bit too large given the amounts of money that we're talking about. However, I also believe there might be another financial solution that could be met here. So Mayor Ham, I move that we table this discussion for the next agenda, for the next meeting, in an attempt that we might be able to find a separate solution that puts us in a place where we can keep our word and manage the risk for the city.
Ms. Matthews, do you want to withdraw your motion, or do you want to move forward?
I will withdraw my motion.
I'll second the motion.
I want to keep this motion. I want to keep this discussion alive. I have not seen the conversations that Councilwoman Matthews is obviously talking about, but I'd like to see that, and I'd also like to see if there's a financial solution.
I also want to. I'm sorry.
We have a motion to table this, and second, is there any discussion?
Yes, a part of that is on the initial application, it also speaks to this specifically, but it says in parentheses for organizations with 3 or more. So even that in itself, to me, if I'm a nonprofit and I'm applying for this money, I'm already misled. I already feel like I am eligible for this money when in reality I'm not, because the council 6 months later said, no, we know we put this on the application at the very beginning and we know you went through this entire application process, but now we're saying no to that, yes to this. And I want that to be strongly considered as well. It wasn't clearly outlined. That was our bad, and I hope that initial application that we used this time is scrapped and never used again, because it is very misleading, it's very broad, it's and for organizations who are just trying out getting funding, it was a really difficult process to begin with. So.
Is there any other discussion? So the motion is to table this matter until the next meeting. Motion made and second. All in favor, signify by raising your hand. Motion's carried. Okay. Is there any other one in the audience who wishes to speak? Any other one? If not, I'll close the public comment period and we'll go to the consent agendas. On the consent agenda, we had items H and I were moved down to items requiring individual action. We had item O was removed. I'm going to get this right, yeah. And item Q, well, I forget about item Q right now. So the motion is to approve on the consent agenda, I believe, items K through N and P.
Also J.
And J.
J through P.
J through P.
Mayor, I move we approve the consent agenda items, letters J through P.
J, I'm sorry, J.
J.
Okay, motion's made and second. Any discussion?
Second.
I second.
Todd second. Roll call.
If there's no discussion, if you, go ahead, Madam Clerk, and call
Mayor
the roll.
Mims,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem
Yes.
Purlack,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jones,
Yes.
Councilman Broadway,
Yes.
Councilwoman Matthews, Councilman Gaylor,
Yes.
Councilman Batts.
Yes.
Okay, the consent agenda is approved, so we'll go to the two items that we removed from the consent agenda down to the items requiring individual action, and the first one is item H, and that was the purchase of lithium-powered golf carts and upgrades to golf cart storage building.
Yes, I just wanted to further discuss this because I wanted to know what the previous council did on funding the items for Goldsboro, the Goldsboro event golf course. I'm asking, what did the previous council do?
We, why don't you read, do you have the minutes
Okay,
there?
well, then my next question is, I had some concerns about this $266,000 for the golf carts because we could not find, and I understand the budget. We're doing good now. But I have a concern that we can find $266,000 for some, I don't necessarily have a question for you, for the golf cart, and we couldn't find money to help us with our electric and our utility bill.
Okay. Anyone want to speak to that?
Well, I was on the last two times we bought golf carts. And golf carts, as long as we're gonna have a golf course, every 3 to 4 years, then we replace those. We have already voted to accept that at our last meeting, that we said we would. But the reason we do that is we rent those golf carts back and they generate revenue for the golf course.
So you already voted to do it anyway, am I correct? When I wasn't here?
Correct.
Yeah, when you weren't here, we voted to do it. But the rationale is that you have to have golf carts to operate a golf course.
I understand that, but do we have to have electrical golf carts? You know, that's $266,000 of a lot of money. We could put some of that money somewhere else.
I think it was proven.
It was determined to be most cost efficient, ma'am.
Beg pardon?
It was determined to be most cost efficient to use electric over gas. The gas, there was a whole presentation on it by Mr. Agbasi that he can perhaps refresh you.
Good evening, Council Mayor.
And this is nothing personal.
No,
I'm
no.
okay.
It's fine. It's
Yeah,
fine.
okay.
It's fine. Honestly, I probably should have reached out to you since you weren't here last meeting. Yes, the lithium batteries are a little bit more expensive, but over time they will save us money. So to run a gas-powered golf cart per round costs us 90 cents a round. So we budgeted at right at $25,000 for gas this year. We're already out. I mean, we're going to have to do a budget amendment to get through to the end of the year. If lithium battery golf carts operate at 9 cents every round. 9 cents. 9 cents versus 90 cents is night and day. So we technically would save a year on gas $21,000 to $24,000, depending on how many rounds we do. In 4 years, we would have made up easily what we had in gas if we did electric. It would basically pay for the retrofit to change the building. It'll cost right about $15,000 to retrofit the building to hold the electric. Yes, the carts is a little bit more expensive, but the carts will be ours. So, and the retail value on the golf carts, the resale value is gonna be high. We don't see that losing. 5 years.
Are we, from what I can understand, I haven't read the recent one, but are we generating enough money to invest in, is the golf cart generating enough money?
Good question. 38% of our revenue right now comes out for the golf carts. 38%, that's almost nearly half. It surprised me when I first looked at it, but it is that. 38% of our revenue comes from the golf carts. So it's definitely needed. So we generate right at about $230,000 a year on golf cart. Last year was an oddity because of COVID. People walked. And not only that, we were renting out single carts so we didn't generate it was a little low last year because everybody was walking. But historically, an average $220,000 to $230,000 in golf cart revenue. So technically, if you look at it, we'll have the carts paid for. They'll pay for themselves in 2 years.
But if we have another COVID, we won't, right?
COVID that's still 106. We made $168,000 in golf carts on the year of COVID. That's still $168,000. But green fees, we did more in green fees. We did close to $300,000 in green fees. So if our cart fee rates go down, our green fees go up. They go hand in hand. They don't go down together. One goes up, one goes down. That means people are trying to be healthy one year, they're going to walk, but they'll still pay us a premium green fee. If they want to ride, they pay us a premium cart fee. So either way, we win. Either way it goes. It is. I understand the doubt. It isn't. It's a large amount of money. I remember when we could buy carts. I think $168,000 what we spent last year. 4 years ago. Those carts paid for themselves in less than a year. But everything has doubled. And in order for us to make a solid investment for our future, lithium batteries are the way to go. Now, we can always go back and get gas carts. But in 4 years, we're still fighting an uphill battle. That's why we decided to go to lithium. I know it's expensive, but it is best for the longevity of the golf course and the city.
How are we paying for these, Obi?
It's coming out of fund balance. It's in the budget amendment.
So we need to make a decision here.
And I'm sorry to help you. Coerce your decision.
These make money in the end. If you don't replace them, you're going to lose money.
And not only that, these golf carts are hard to get right now because of COVID. Even if we get on the waiting list, we don't get them till August of next year. We're trying to get on that waiting list now. I'm running out of time. Honestly, the first time I presented,
we're doing so good with our budget. I can't see. Do we have to replace all of them?
If we don't, we lose the retail value on the golf carts that we're trying to resell. So we already lost $20,000 of it. When I first presented this, it kind of went through some discussion, and we said, let's bring it back to the table. They redid the quote for us. We lost $20,000 on the resale value. If we do not make a decision quickly, we will lose more. He's saying close to $60,000. So that would be $80,000 we would have lost in less than 2 months on just quotes. So I mean and we won't get on that list, which means we won't get the carts, which means our revenue will plummet. Yes, golf carts will affect our revenue a lot. All of a sudden, the golf course that's been making money the last 3 years won't.
If you take a look at the item I, which Catherine presented, that was on hold, you'll see the transfers, FY 22-23 adopted budget, the contingencies $1,075,000, and you would reduce the 266 as she stated to you.
When we talk about fund balance a lot, and some things that I deem as, pretty serious issues were kind of halted by saying it's going to dig into fund balance, and this seems to be something that we don't mind digging into fund balance for, and this is for funsies. So I just want that to be considered. Golf is a sport, it's a leisure activity. it doesn't, not everybody does it. I'm not knocking
I,
golf,
don't,
you know.
I agree, and I always try to explain this in this way to people who probably just don't kind of realize it. I'm going to take a perfect example. Cary spends over $1.2 million on their parks. I've never been to a park before. I mean, the golf course is just a modified park that actually returns most of your money. Cary Parks won't return that money, but it's needed. It's a quality of life. So is the golf course. It's benefits the city. I wish I could compute how much it brings into the city. That $172 million that they said in tourism, some of our money's in there. That golf course generates, I can't put a percentage. I'm going to just say $500,000. We just need to get some experts in here to prove it. But I know it does, because I've done this study before. So, I mean, I know it's hard to see it as a benefit for the city, but it is. Our area, your area, I can't imagine what will happen if that golf course shut down to that area. I just feel like we will lose it. The houses in the area, their value will go down. It will definitely plummet. That golf course is necessary for the city, or a golf course. Doesn't even have to be a golf course. It could be something similar, but something's needed. And that golf course is just a quality of life. It's just better for the citizens.
Let me just refresh for your benefit, Councilwoman Jones. We did discuss this last meeting, I should say, and there was consensus on the council that we would bring back a resolution for approval or disapproval to purchase this. So that's where we are right now.
Okay, well, y'all decide, because I no. It's up to y'all.
I can read the resolution for you, for all of us. So the resolution is to adopt the attached resolution authorizing the city manager, finance director, and city clerk to A, declare surplus the current city fleet of golf carts and authorize their use as trade-in value. B, enter into a contract with EZ Go Division of Textron Incorporated for the purchase of 50 lithium-powered golf carts. And C, approve the upgrade for the golf cart storage building to house the 50 lithium golf carts. The cost of the carts and cart storage upgrade will not exceed $266,000.
And we get 25. Can we function on 25 golf carts?
We got 50 right now. We run out of golf carts at least 4 times a week in season. We have people on a waiting list. And when we run out, they'll go somewhere else. So, actually, we want more, but that's another battle.
Talk about the efficiencies of running both gas and battery.
I don't really think that's the issue at hand. I think the issue
This is the money. I understand that.
Yeah, the issue is that money, and I cannot agree to it.
So we need a motion here to get this moving along. Someone make a motion.
I make a motion we approve the resolution as stated.
Motion's been made to approve the resolution. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's made and second. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor of adopting the resolution to purchase the carts and upgrade the storage facility, as I mentioned, please signify by raising your hand. All opposed? Okay. Motion carries. That brings up the next item, which is the funding for that. The motion was made to adopt the purchase of this, so the operating budget needs to be acted on. So the motion is to adopt the attached ordinance to amend the FY 22-23 operating budget for the general fund and utility fund. And that was as explained by Catherine when she was here before. So that was reflected in her proposal. Is there any motion to adopt the ordinance to amend the operating budget for the general fund and utility fund?
I'll make the motion to adopt.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? If not, all in favor of adopting the ordinance to amend the FY 22-23 operating budget, please signify by raising your hand. All opposed? The motion carries. Okay, at this time, we'll move to the city manager's report.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I would like to thank our clerk, Ms. Laura Getz, and everyone that helped put together the 175th anniversary celebration at the Goldsboro Event Center this weekend. It went very well. Also like to thank Mr. Wheel and Judge Gaylor for their history lesson presentations. They were very good, and I believe it'll be available online for people to see if they want to. We'll make sure we get that out there. Is that correct, Laura? Okay. Lights Up is tomorrow night, 5 to 8 o'clock, downtown Center Street. Activities, movies, Santa, and more will be available to the public. Jingle in the Park is December 2nd through the 3rd, 4 to 8 p.m. at Herman Park. Parks and Rec is coordinating that event. It's always a favorite. Christmas Parade is December 3rd, 4 to 6:30 p.m. downtown. The Wayne County Chamber of Commerce will be coordinating that event. And last, I'd like to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving. If you're traveling, please be safe. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next item is the ceremonial document. I'm going to read a resolution. A resolution expressing appreciation for services rendered by Charles Ginn as an employee of the city of Goldsboro for more than 18 years. Whereas Charles Ginn retires on December 1, 2022 as a stormwater maintenance supervisor with more than 18 years of service with the Goldsboro Public Works Department. And whereas Charles began his career on January 7, 2004 as a utility maintenance 1 with the Goldsboro Public Works Department. And whereas on May 25, 2005, Charles was promoted to acting motor equipment operator 3 with the Goldsboro Public Works Department. And whereas on October 26, 2005, Charles was promoted to motor equipment operator 3 with the Goldsboro Public Works Department. And whereas on August 1st, 2007, Charles was reclassified to equipment operator 3 with the Goldsboro Public Works Department. And whereas on January 8, 2014, Charles was reclassified to heavy equipment operator with the Goldsboro Public Works Department. And whereas on May 16, 2018, Charles was promoted to interim stormwater maintenance supervisor with the Goldsboro Public Works Department. Whereas on October 24, 2018, Charles was promoted to stormwater maintenance supervisor with the Goldsboro Public Works Department, where he has served until his retirement. And whereas Charles has proven himself to be a dedicated and efficient public servant who has gained the admiration and respect of his fellow workers and the citizens of the city of Goldsboro. And whereas the mayor and city council of the city of Goldsboro are desirous on behalf of themselves, city employees, and the citizens of the city of Goldsboro of expressing to Charles Ginn their deep appreciation and gratitude for the service rendered by him to the city over the years. Now therefore, be it resolved by the mayor and city council of the city of Goldsboro, North Carolina, that we express to Charles our very best wishes for success, happiness, prosperity, and good health in his future endeavors. This resolution shall be incorporated into the official minutes of the city of Goldsboro and shall be in full force and effect from and after this 21st day of November 2022. I ask the city council to adopt this resolution as read.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Motion made and second to adopt. Any discussion? If not, please signify by raising your hand if you approve. Okay. The item is adopted. At this time, I'm going to ask for any comments that the council may have, and I'll start with Mr. Batts.
Happy Thanksgiving to everyone.
Mr. Gaylor.
Ditto.
Ms. Matthews?
Okay, I have a couple things. So, first thing is our students at Goldsboro High School need uniforms. Okay, the choral and theater department need uniforms. So thank you to Ms. Janet, who created a platform where we could donate and raise funds to get those uniforms for our students. So I posted the flyer on my councilwoman page, so you can find it there, but she created a Cash App. So for those interested in donating, you can Cash App $GHS Friends. So I am asking everybody, anybody who can, please give something to our students who are so committed and who work so hard in the choral and theater department. The second thing is, this is specifically for my District 4 ladies. I am hosting a self-defense class for you guys. And the goal here is, for some odd reason, the world tends to look at women as weak and vulnerable. Who would have thought? But because of that, we often find ourselves targets of violent crimes. So what I've done is I have asked the Goldsboro Karate to come in and teach 10 women self-defense. And, you know, the holidays are upon us, ladies, and I want us to be safe. And also, I hope that not only do you learn how to protect yourself, but it also builds confidence and self-esteem moving forward. So this class is specifically for the women in District 4. However, any woman that is interested, I do want you to fill out the form, because if we do not secure all the spots with the women in District 4, we will open it up to other women in the community. And if the need is significant, we will just figure out how we can create another date. So the class is free for you guys. The tentative date is going to be December the 3rd. The time is going to be from 10 to 1. I am not going to disclose the location because you have to fill out the form to get the specific invite. It just has some fun in it, right? So if you want more details, you can find that information on our Councilwoman page. And that is it. Thank you.
Mr. Paul?
Yes, sir. I just want to encourage everybody to enjoy their time off with their families. Councilman Batt said, you know, enjoy your Thanksgiving, but also take this as an opportunity this Saturday to support and patronize local businesses. This is a time that, you know, we always celebrate Cyber Monday, Black Friday, but the business owners also need our support locally. So take this as a chance to support local business. That's all I have.
Mr. Broadway?
No comment.
Ms. Jones?
Yes, I would like to say, for those who celebrate Thanksgiving, and I celebrate it every day, but for those who celebrate Thanksgiving, have a wonderful Thanksgiving. I would also ask you to check on your neighbors, check on your elders, check on your mom and your dad, because the holidays is one of the saddest times for a lot of people. And suicide is high during the holidays. And if you know of someone who have lost a loved one and is going to go through Thanksgiving or Christmas without that loved one, and you know them, just reach out to them, you know, just say hello. Last, I would like to say that the Goldsboro Chapter Continentals are partners with Goldsboro High School. So nobody reached out to the president to say that you needed some money. So now that I've heard it, I will take it back to my committee, and we will, you know, give some money.
Thank you, Ms. Jones.
Which the president is me.
Okay. I'm just offering a couple comments. One, I want to just add to the comments our city manager made about the 175th birthday party on Saturday. We had a good turnout, considering the fact it was on a Saturday afternoon, morning and afternoon. I want to give special thanks and appreciation to our city clerk, who was almost single-handed. I won't give her credit for having done it single-handedly, but boy, she sure did put in a lot of effort in that. She was aided by other employees of the city. And of course, as has been mentioned before, our speakers that came, and the museum and the library and others organizations. And a highlight, there were a couple highlights there. First highlight was the fact that we had 3 VIP ladies there whose ages range from 90 to 96. And then a personal favorite of mine was Mayor Al King showing up. And he was really taken by his reception there. I tell you, he wasn't expecting it, and he was very appreciative of what took place. So enough on that. One final thing on the item that we talked about tonight is the ARP funding. I want to encourage our council members to think about what you've heard tonight and give some serious deliberation to your way forward in this. Our consultant sort of pushing us to come back with a decision on the 5th of December. We don't have to do that. I'm not saying we shouldn't do it. I'm just saying we don't have to make this decision by December 5th. This is a very, 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 very important decision for us. And I want us to take time. I have no time limit set. If we do it next meeting, fine. But I just don't want us to rush into something for the sake of, clearing that off our table. So anyway, if there are no other comments, I'd like to have a motion to go into closed session. We have a couple things.
Potential litigation.
Litigation.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we have a item on litigation discussed in closed session, so I'd entertain a motion to go into closed session.
Mr. Mayor, before you close, you left out Ms. Rose. I think she was 102. I know you said 90 to 96.
I'm sorry, you're right.
I didn't want to leave
It
her
was,
out.
I'm sorry. Ms. Rose was 102. I should remember that because I gave her that letter.
Yes, sir.
So yes, and she did the cake cutting for us there too. So, and I spoke to, just now that you reminded me that, I spoke to two of her family members, three of them in fact, that had come to her. One of them came from Florida just for that event, and she was really, really excited for it. So anyway, I would entertain a motion to go into closed session.
Make a motion to go to closed session for possible litigation.
Is there any second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, please signify by raising your hand. Okay, we're in closed session.
I think we need to go back to having, so,
Yeah.
2 o'clock at night. Well, used to have.
I know.
IT. Okay, we're back in open session. Is there any business any councilman wishes to bring before the council? If not, meeting adjourned.
Mr. Roger Casey is a World War II veteran. Following that, we have the Marine Corps Legion, the Waynesboro, Department 1350. Continue the coalition. Next we have the American Legion, Wayne Post 11, the Commander Ron Meadis. Along with them, we got the VFW Post 2615, along with Mr. O.L. Sterling, World War II veteran.